Hello, free ride fans, and welcome to the 2026 IFSA FWT Challenger Series by Orage. We're excited to have you join us for the first of three Region 2 Challenger Series competitions here at Whitewater Resort, just outside of Nelson, British Columbia, Canada. My name is Mark Warner. I am the host of the Free Ride Guide, and I'm also here on the broadcast today with my co-host.
My name is Rachel Shannon, and I am here with the IFSA. Today we are deep in British Columbia's Kootenay region at Whitewater Ski Resort. It is Whitewater's 50th anniversary, and while some BC ski resorts measure their seasonal snowfall in meters and feet, since 1975, Whitewater's legendary winter instead has been measured in stories and memories, the kind you want to take home and tell again and again. Today, our athletes will be competing below Weimer Peak for our Challenger Series. And Mark, why don't you tell us a little bit more about what our Challenger Series is?
All right, the Challenger Series. Well, I will tell you that it is looking like a pretty nice day here today. A little bit of cloud cover. The sun is kind of popping out just over on the other side. I'll give you some information on the weather this week. So we had a good amount of snow the other day, which softened things up nicely. We've been skiing a couple of days.
Some good laps.
We've been skiing some nice boot deep pow for a couple of days. The sun came out yesterday for the athletes to do their run inspection, or I guess comp inspection, which you're going to explain a little bit later on. So we're actually been told that we're just about getting ready. We're going to be back in just a moment. We're going to tell you who's been supporting the Challenger Tour here. And we'll carry on and we'll give you a lot more information of what's happening today. We're glad you're here. And we'll talk to you in just a moment.
Thanks for joining.
There's nothing like that click. That moment where everything just falls into place. Where movements become muscle memory. And control feels like freedom. Every version of yourself echoing, teaching you, pushing you to that point. The moment you know you're exactly where you're meant to be.
All right, welcome back, everybody. So as we were saying, the weather was great yesterday. It was absolutely fantastic for the riders to get on slope to check out their laps, check out their runs, do a little on-slope inspection. So, Rachel, you have actually been not only a competitor in the IFSA, but also a judge in the past. Can you explain the process for them to decide what runs they're going to do and how they inspect it?
Yeah, absolutely. So athletes start off with a visual inspection, meaning that they...
Hold on. So actually, I'm going to actually interrupt you for a minute because we're actually going to get the show started here in just a moment. We have Bib 24, Stellan Lane from the USA. He's out of Alpine Meadows. So today we're actually doing a dual panel.
Dual panel. So you will see ski men and ski women dropping one after another, and they have two separate panels of judges, one for each category. So while an athlete finishes their run, the judges are judging their run, and they will jump over to the next panel, and a ski female will drop, meaning that it gives the show a little bit more time to keep everything consistent, it gives the judges a little bit more time for them to judge. And that just really keeps the competition moving, higher level of production, and keeps things interesting and engaging. So the men and women are not competing against each other, even though they will be dropping back to back.
All right, so basically 2 pods of judges.
Exactly, yes. A panel A and a panel B. And this is our first panel A athlete, Stellan Lane, getting ready to drop in now.
All right, so we are here. So we're basically looking at the venue map ourselves, and the great team at Whitewater here has given us this map with a lot of the names of the features on here. So we're going to do our best to do right by you, Nelsonites, and people from Whitewater. If we do mispronounce or we do say that a certain zone a wrong name, please don't hold it against us, as we're going to do our best here. Stellan Lane is going to be the first to drop.
And Mark, looking at this venue map right now, it is such complex terrain. You have this huge cornice off the top, followed by a cliff band and a bunch of trees. So it's so impressive to watch the way these athletes not only pick out a line, but are able to pick out their landmarks and remember exactly where they're going. This is the first time these athletes are able to complete this full line. So they've really just been able to look at things. They haven't been able to ski it, and this will be the first time they get to put their line together in action.
Perfect. So you were explaining the inspection process. So how does that work with the Region 2, which is where we're at right now?
Yep. So right now, the way it works is Region 2 athletes, they get a couple days before to just look and start to think. And then yesterday, they were able to get about halfway on the venue and just kind of feel the snow quality, look around, but they're not going up to all their features. They're not skiing their line. They're really just feeling what the conditions feel like under their skis and snowboards, but truly not able to, again, piece their line together until they ski it in competition.
So they are able to get on slope and get close to it, but obviously don't want to ski it. So that's great. So we're currently in Region 2. So I guess on the sport pyramid, the FWT pyramid, the FWT is the goal, is the ultimate goal. So the challengers where we're at right now is the last step for these riders to move, to compete in order to qualify and move to the Freeride World Tour. So there's 2 regions. There is the North American and South America, the Americas, North America, South America, Canadians, Americans, Argentinians, Chileans, which we all have represented here. And then Region 1, which is Europe, Asia, Oceania. So
correct, yes.
New Zealand, which is a powerhouse freeride nation. We've got Japan, China, which is starting to develop a lot of freeride competitions, and of course, the home of the home of the Alps, the home of freeride, the home of skiing, Europe.
Out there in Europe, yep. And the IFSA is the governing body of freeride in North and South America, and that is referred to as Region 2.
Perfect. So with regards to the site, the inspections, we'll get to that.
And here comes Stellan Lane.
Yeah, we'll get back to it. Here we have Stellan Lane coming in hot off the tops, kicking off the very first edition of this year's 2026 IFSA FWT Challenger Series Boy Orage, and he is coming in hot. Coming back down around, I believe that's through Lone Pine, if I'm not mistaken, or just above what's called Pierogies. He's cruising in this spine, little shifty with a great landing.
And no stranger to freeride. He's coming to you from Tahoe in California. They've got the steeps out there. They've got the terrain, and Stellan is ready to show it off.
So he's just cruising over to this next section. I think, as I mentioned, there's the Lone Pine, I believe, right there. You can see it just in front of you, if I'm not mistaken. So he's cruising over. This little zone is under that cornice ridge. We're going to hear names like Westy's Entrance, Cougar Paw. So let's see what he has coming for us today. You know, a little bit of little feature at the top, and there's a little bit of time to kind of collect yourself. He's got some really beautiful turns here. He's probably having a nice time. This, I believe, is the Lone Pine zone. So he's creeping in, looking for a spot. Oh, big backflip.
Setting the tone
what
for
a
this
landing.
competition.
Oh, he looks like it got a little bit hung up on what might be a traverse line right next to the, I guess, barrier pole. Just looking for his spot as he's cruising in above this feature here. Doing a little billy goating.
Lining something up for us here, it looks like. picking exactly where he wants to line up his turns, catching some air, and unfortunately, it looks like he didn't just quite make that transition. Got a little cut up, but back on his feet, cat-like reflexes.
Pretty fired up
and he's
on
moving again.
Oh, that was a really cool line. We'll have to, with these competitions, a lot of the times the riders will all see the same. We'll all see the same thing. So you get a lot of riders doing the same kind of lines, but this face looks like there has a lot of potential for there to be some good variation.
Absolutely. And again, with this dual panel, we just had our first ski man drop from panel A, which means we will next be rotating to panel B, which will start with our ski women.
And the first ski woman up is going to be Magnolia
New coming to you from Truckee, California, skiing out of Palisades, will be up next.
She's actually our event wildcard today. And dropping in 3, 2, and 1.
And I actually got to judge Magnolia at the Solitude 1-star event, and I remember watching her ski and just going, wow, this is freeride. She has such powerful turns, a lot of amplitude behind her skiing, and she's so excited to be here. I was chatting with her yesterday, and she's going to line up something proper.
Oh, stay on your feet.
And unfortunately, just not quite holding on. It looks like she did lose a shoe. That does mean athletes receive a DNF, a did not finish. We got a head tap from her, indicating she is okay. That is how athletes communicate to everyone that even though they took a fall, they are safe, they are fine. Just part of the sport is unfortunately taking crashes here and there. And so Magnolia will be a DNF for this run, unfortunately.
That was a wild start to that run. As she cruised into that, you saw she basically released a lot of that slough.
Yeah.
She aired off the cliff into the slough in the air. She didn't ski through it. She aired through it.
With the slough.
So unfortunately, there's really almost no way you're going to be able to land something like that. But big points to Magnolia for being able to send. She basically created a waterfall and blasted through it. And unfortunately, you're not going to be able to land something like that. But full points for being able to put something like that down.
A big bite she took off, too. She really came in wanting to charge hard and just show off her skiing, and I have no doubt that Magnolia New is a name we are going to continue to see in freeride.
Magnolia New, Nolly is apparently her nickname. Like I said, out of Truckee, Palisades.
And she had a lot of first-place finishes this year. She had 2 first places in the 1-star events, and then at the Powder Mountain 3-star event a couple weeks ago took home another first place.
Right on. So what were we talking about before when we were chatting about the on-site inspections in the regions? So we'll get back to those. So as we mentioned, Region 2 is all the Americas. Region 1, Oceania, Asia, and Europe. And what we were talking about is the, run inspection. So in Region 1, it's visual inspection only.
Correct.
Which is different from Region 2, which you had explained. Like, you're able to look at it, and then you're actually able to get on slope. Well, it's very, very different from Region 1 to Region 2. And so a lot of the Region 2 athletes, when they get to the Freeride World Tour, they actually have to figure out, or I guess learn, how to do that solely without actually getting on the slope. I always like to ask the athletes, I'm like, hey, thinking you're going to be able to get there, do you take that time and sit and look and then use the on-site inspection as like a backup? Like, you were a rider, like, how do you feel that would work?
That's a really interesting point, is what does that transition look like for the athletes whose goal really is the Freeride World Tour, and that transition of going from being able to be on snow to a full visual inspection. And that's something we refer to here at the IFSA. We like to call it a soft inspection, meaning they are getting on snow, but it's different from our 1-star and 2-star events. They're not able to really go up to every cliff and take off and see everything. They're really just feeling what the snow conditions are like under their skis. So that is as we slowly start to transition to a more visual-oriented inspection, but still giving them that condition-based opportunity.
Okay, so that's a great point for me to start asking questions about. So with the pyramid, I guess the sport pyramid for Region 2 specifically. You've got 1-star competitions, 2-star competitions, 3-star competitions, 4 stars.
Into the Challenger Series.
And then into the Challenger. So you said that the inspections are slightly different for 1 and 2 than 3 and 4 as well? You're not sure? So anyways, we'll have to kind of, like I said, we're trying to figure this all out as we go. So I think I'm going to learn about that. We're going to be here for the next 2 events. Well, 3 events, because we just started this one. So we're going to be here for the next 2, which is going to be the Kirkwood event, which is going to be restaged in Kicking Horse. And then we're also going to have an event at Kicking Horse. So they're going to be hosting both. So a lot of the things that we're going to talk about that maybe we're unsure about, that I'm unsure about, do a little bit of research and then figure it out. So we've got our next rider on course right now, Lewis Overington. Lewis is a character, absolute character. We had a little form for athletes to fill out their bios. And we asked about nicknames, and he wrote one down that we definitely can't say on the air here. But I told him I'd mention on the air. So here he is, dropping in right above this exposed zone, kind of slipping down the spine, and then spinning. Hold on. Oh, and didn't quite. Looks like he got a little high-sided. He's fired up, though. So he definitely came out with a bang. Another big air, and that's the thing, too, is if you crash and your ski doesn't come off, keep going because you may need those points in the long run.
Absolutely, and our athletes are being scored on their line, their control, their technique, their fluidity, and their style. So something like that where you're not quite holding on to a landing, a little bit of a bobble, that will be a controlled dock. It looks like he's chatting with some of our staff in the trees there.
Yeah, I told you.
Quick little conversation dropping by.
Dropping by for a conversation as he's lacing through this little tree section. I wonder if he's got anything else for us, or is he just having a little soul ski lap on his way out. Nice little fun air as he cruises out through the bottom. Looks like he's setting up. I wonder if he's got another little idea coming through here. I said we just got started. Looks like he's just having a nice little soul ski for himself.
Making some nice turns. Even as he's just cruising these lefts and rights, you can just see the power behind his skiing. These athletes are so strong and so talented. They've been working for so long to get to this level of skiing.
All right, so Lewis is down. He had some grand plans. Unfortunately, wasn't able to really pull them off exactly how he wanted, but he's down, he's safe, his skis are on. He's going to get points for that. Probably not what he hoped for, but he's got 2 more. So with the Challenger Series, we have 3 events. As of now, it's the best 2 of 3 that's going to count for their overall score.
Correct. And we are now going to go back to panel B with our ski woman. And we have Abril Bertsky on course.
Abril Bertsky on course from Bequira, Barret, Spain.
She's an Argentinian rider, though, coming to you from the Argentinian series.
Oh, interesting. And so I guess she's living in Bequira, Barret, which is the home of one of the Freeride World Tour events for the last few years.
And here she comes, going to line up her run here for us. Really powerful skiing. I've watched her make so many turns, and they're just so gorgeous. A lot of technique behind the skier we're seeing here. She's lining it up, maybe letting some of that slough go.
Looking good. Boom, a little backseat, but great job. Great job. That little bit of snow that we got yesterday is really looking nice on the camera.
Absolutely. And, you know, these athletes had about a 45-minute hike to the start. So, again, just showing the athleticism it really takes to wake up early, get up there, pick your line, ski the course. These are proper athletes through and through.
All right, so she's picking her way through the little tree section. There we go. Making sure that she's staying on her feet here. Probably figuring out exactly where she wants to go. She probably has something in mind that she wants to line up here. After watching that last cliff, I do not doubt she's got something big in mind.
And you know, watching this live stream, it's so wild to see how all of these trees look so similar and how these athletes do such a good job at really picking out their landmarks to remember exactly where they want to go.
It's really easy to get lost. Absolutely.
Really easy to get lost.
That's one of the things I think I'm most impressed about with a lot of these riders is how do you know where you're going? Like I've been on the resort. I live in Whistler Blackcomb, and I've skied that place for 25 years. I've seen some runs hundreds of times, and I still get lost once in a while, thinking, "Oh wait, where am I?"
How do you tell this pine tree from the other pine tree? But
Exactly.
these skiers do such a good job at really picking out where they are going.
So here she's sneaking in, I believe, through this little lone pine chute, and she's working her way down quite carefully. Here we got a good camera angle of it. Being very careful, side slipping. Oh, it looks like it's really gnarly in there. It's not just a simple side slip.
Got a little tripped up, it looks like.
It was a really tight chute, and I think that chute is a little bit more lined up for a straight line, to be honest with you. But there's some traverse lines that are coming out of it. We can see it now. We can see her coming into our view just behind the camera here as she samples the goods of Whitewater on her way back down to the final. The corral, should I say.
And we just heard that panel A is ready. So again, we are jumping back to our first set of judges that are starting off judging the ski men. And that's what keeps this so engaging, is we can really just watch athletes back to back while the judges do the math and figure out the score. And to be honest, as a judge, I've judged with dual panel, and it's so nice to not have to have the whole competition waiting on you to do some math. It's nice to have that time to judge. And here we are.
We got Adam Roloffs.
With Adam giving us a wave so we can see him where he's getting ready to drop in. Montana State University skier. He is lining up his first feature right here.
Oh, got a
little tripped up.
Looks like he got caught with a little
shark
shark
on your
under
feet, Adam. You got it.
Nice little air. Got caught up with a little shark at the top, but skis stayed on. Nice little air coming into this little cliff section. Boom, stomp to bolt.
Beautiful.
That's going to be exactly what he wanted to do. As he's ripping across. Oh, careful there, bud. It's a bit of an adventure, this run here. So as he's cruising across to this next section, just above the trees here.
Heading into that Lone Pine area, it looks like.
Yeah, he's just coming in just above. He's about to drop in, so here we go. Working his way down right into this next section of features.
And this year he was 4th place at the 2026 Snowbird Qualifier 4-star. So he knows how to put down a line, knows how to really ski for himself and show off that strong, proper freeride skiing.
Oh, wow, big. Oh, hold on. Stay away from that tree.
Oh no, and shoe got launched.
All right, well, let's see if he's okay. That was a big cliff right into you need a pinpoint landing in there.
And we got that head tap from him, so again, that indicates that he is safe, he is okay, even though he took a gnarly crash. He does not need assistance. He will take a minute to collect himself. Find that ski, hopefully, that got launched pretty far, as we saw. But he is okay, and that is the most important thing we're looking for. Oh, and he looks stoked. Arms in the air.
Now he's going to go find his ski. It's way down the hill, man. It decided to keep going on without you, Adam. But we've got some crew that'll be on the slope to help him out.
Yeah, it looks like I don't even quite know where that ski ended up. It took quite a launch there.
You can kind of see it right in front of us. So we're right across from the venue right here. We're under a little tent just to basically keep ourselves sheltered. We're watching on the screen right in front of us here, and then we can actually see where he's at. And what is an interesting feature, but you got to be really careful with the run out, because you got to put your feet down and then have a quick turn, either right or left into that Lone Pine chute, or right into this other little zone right here, which I think is, I can't actually read what it's called, but it's kind of off Broken Neck area.
And
if you're a Whitewater local, you know what we're talking about.
The Whitewater staff too is saying this is the first time they've been able to run an event on this peak specifically. So we're seeing a competition go down here for the first time on Weimer Peak, which is really exciting that these athletes are making freeride history here at Whitewater Resort.
Perfect. Well, I can see him, and it looks like he's found his ski and he's getting clipped in.
Oh, good. I'm glad
he'll
he
be
found
making
that
his way
ski.
down here in just a moment.
And again, when athletes do lose a ski like that, they receive DNF, so there will be no score for Adam on this run. But he still has 2 other events at Kicking Horse to put some runs down, get some points, and I'm sure his goal is just like everyone else here, the Freeride World Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said, this 3-event Challenger Series, as of right now, it's the best 2 of 3 events. So everybody gets a quote-unquote throwaway. So this is going to be his throwaway as he works his way back down to the bottom of the venue, right in front of us. And I believe who is up next? We've got Kestrel Sullivan.
Kestrel Sullivan, also coming from Truckee, California, home resort Sugar Bowl. She's skiing for the University of Utah Freeride team, but grew up on the Sugar Bowl Freeride team, which is exciting. And you know, Kestrel's got the tricks. I've seen her throw the backies and all the fun stuff that we want to see, so I'm really excited to see what we have coming up in Kestrel's run.
Freestyle element to her.
Yeah, she does. She really does. She's such an impressive skier. I'm really excited to see what Kestrel has. I've bumped into her at Woodward a couple times and watched her on the trampoline. It's really just one of those athletes you're like, wow, the air awareness, the control, it's so fun to watch. And I'm sure fun to do, too.
All right, so it looks like she's just about ready to drop. Bib number 51, our 6th rider of 79 riders today. We've got a full roster, which is why we're doing that dual panel, which you explained earlier. And it looks like we are go for Kestrel Sullivan. So as she comes in here off the starting gate, just off this Cornice Ridge, putting in some steep AK turns.
It looks so steep up there, wow.
Right above this, oh, it looks like she's getting caught off in her slough a little bit, side slipping into this exposure zone. Oh, thinking she was going to hit it, but she decided, I'm just going to go around it for now. Just keep your skis on. Stay safe. And I wonder if she is skiing with the, oh, nice. Good air.
Nice,
good stomp.
solid.
Perfect form in the air. And I wonder if she's looking for something to flip. We've seen one backflip already. And we'll see if she's got that in her bag, if what you say holds true.
And you know, just because athletes have the tricks doesn't mean they're always ready to showcase them at every venue. They are really looking at the conditions and the airs and if it lines up with their style. So a lot of really exciting things out of Kestrel, but I know she's going to make really good decisions.
Excellent. Well, she's cruising across into the next section. The sun is shining on her now. The sun's popping out into her zone as she moves her way down into this second stage of this venue under Weimer Peak here at Whitewater Resort. Oh, that looks awesome.
And this year, she was first place at the Kicking Horse qualifier at 4-star. So really lining up those points to get invited to the Challenger Series. It takes a lot for these athletes to make it to this level.
All right, what has she got for us here? Line up above this big zone. Oh, right through the chute.
Beautiful.
Right off the cliff. Perfect. She's got to be happy with that. Controlled her speed right before the trees onto that next stage as she works her way just into this chute here.
That was so smooth.
Here she comes, and I think this is where Abril got caught up. So she is, yeah, it looks a little tight there.
Nice.
So, oh, she's going to point
nice.
it through. Nice work.
She did such a good job controlling that speed coming into that.
All right, so, hold
on, Kestrel. Nice.
She doesn't want to pull a Drew tab key here. Keep your feet under you. Keep your skis on. She's got to be happy with that. And that definitely shows a little difference as we had Abril go through there and had a little bit of trouble. And then Kestrel just decided, I'm just going to point it and get out of here in one swift motion. So congratulations, Kestrel, making it down. We've had a lot of crashes already today, even though we've only had 6 riders drop. So she has got to be happy with that run.
And we are going to go back to panel A next. So we're going to have someone from our ski men division, and it's going to be Kai Morgan coming up next. Bib number 36, he's waving his arms, showing the judges and us where he is.
All right, ready to drop. Now that's the sign that he's ready to be judged.
Ready to be judged, ready to ski. Let it rip, lining it up.
Same spot as Kestrel just went, but decided to go over the rocks a little bit, and then heading over to this other side. Picking up feeders. Oh, Big air stomp. Nice work. That's exactly what you want to do as he's heading into this, I guess, little traverse over above the next section, right through the sunshine.
And I'm sure that's a moment for these athletes to kind of take a breath. They got that first part really steep of the venue underneath them and get really lined up and geared up for the second part of their run.
And it must feel great, too, as you put in those first two features, and now you've got this little bit of time to basically reset your mind. Reset, take a deep breath. You know, you've got the adrenaline running, and sometimes when that's happening, you just go, 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 go. But this little zone in between the two, I guess, main areas where the features are, you're going to be able to, like, reset, take that deep breath, and then focus into this next section that you're cruising into. So we can see him bombing through this little section. There's a big cliff right behind him. And, boom, stop.
Beautiful.
Little shifty. He went for the grab there as well. So that's going to add points to his run as well, right?
Absolutely. So when athletes are able to throw those tricks in anything from a shifty to a grab to a spin to a flip to a cork, those are all helping athletes in their style component and contributing to their rider level, which is that overall impression.
All right, so side slipping through this little section, working his way through this little bit, right about another big cliff. Here we go. Boom, stomps. There we go. 3 big features on this run from Kai Morgan. He has got to be pumped about that. Palisades, Tahoe local. I actually met Kai a couple days ago, and we skied a couple laps here. Really nice kid, and he has got to be happy with that run.
That was so solid, really smooth. Big smile on his face. We love to see it.
Hi, Mom, he says. Nice work.
All right. Our next athlete from
we
the
have
ski
Michaela
women.
Shea Willis. Michaela Willis, or Mickey. Actually, I met the boys, Kai, who I was just talking to, and Michaela on the same chairlift, and got to do a little run with her. She's here with her coach, Oakley White Allen, who has been around freeride for many, many, many years. As she works her way down through the middle here, and looks like she's lining up this big air. Oh, and a little backseat and a little tumble off the landing. I believe that's the same zone.
Looks like she lost a pole there, too.
Oh, yeah.
And athletes do not need to cross the finish line with both of their poles to receive a score.
No.
So she's just going to keep moving, which is the correct decision for her in this competition. Is, pole's gone, keep cruising.
And, that's interesting to know. And I wonder if she's going to continue on with her run or how that changes her mindset in what she would want to do down low. Because obviously we just saw her air a cliff. That zone we actually saw, I believe it was Magnolia aired through the slough. I think that was that same cliff. So that kind of took her out at the bottom as well. So we know that she's willing to go for it. But now is she, just with one pole, because it really throws you off.
Yeah. Feeling a little off balance, I'm sure.
I don't know if you've ever lost a pole skiing, but sometimes I'll just take it and I'll hold it in both hands.
And what I was thinking, I would probably do the same thing, just to feel a little more consistent on each side.
Well, yeah, a little more balance, like it was like when you're learning how to ski.
Back to the drills, back to the basics.
Yeah, get right back to the basics.
But it looks like Michaela's safely making her way through here, picking out how she's going to complete the rest of her run.
Yeah, so we have a closed zone. So right below her, skiers right. So she's going into this area called Lone Pine, and there's a closed cliff right there, and there's basically a chute on either side. And we saw Kestrel straight line the chute. We saw Abril kind of struggle a little bit through that one side, which is kind of right next to Brokeneck. I don't know what we're going to call that one. Let's come up with a name for that one. But Michaela just cruised through the Lone Pine, which is on lookers right, skiers left of that closed area.
And the technical director is the person that decides these zones that are closed, that are just not safe for today. And our technical director today is Jeff Holden, and he's the one that spent a lot of time looking at this venue, really trying to decide what is safe and what needs to be closed for these venues, for these athletes to compete.
All right, so as she makes her way down into the finish corral, we are going to have ski men is going to be Orion Cherney from Aspen Snowmass. He's going to be riding out of, like I said, Aspen Snowmass for the USA, obviously. And he is going to be dropping next.
All right, Orion getting ready to drop in. Looks like it's a little windy up there.
Okay, so we've just been informed that that rider was, in fact, not Michaela Shea Willis. It was rider 52, Harriet Lucas from Great Britain. So just a little bit of an adjustment with the drop order there. So we're going to do our best with the information we've been giving to make sure that we are representing the right riders here. So we will find out when Michaela drops. We'll let you know, but that was Harriet Lucas.
Harriet's one of my favorite skiers to watch. She just spent the last season down in New Zealand coaching for the Treble Cone team. I'm a friend of hers. I've been following her on Instagram for a while too, and just her content is incredible. She's such a good skier, so excited to see what Harriet has for our next 2 stops as well.
All right, so we're waiting for word on the drop of the next rider. Should be Orion Cherney.
So we will go to Slowly next. And all right, we have Orion dropping in now.
Orion Cherney coming in right off the top, right along this ridge. You got the sunshine is coming out. It's a nice cold day today. We got a little bit of fresh snow. It's great for competition. And with that sign, he is ready to roll. Coming into this little top cliff section, he's actually taking it a little bit more straight on, a little bigger.
Whoa, and really had to spread those skis to avoid that rock in the landing, showing that athleticism, those cat-like reflexes, being able to react on the spot.
Perfect landing, a lot of speed coming into this little transition zone. He had a little bit of a pole plant. I think that was more of a fired up pole plant than it was I need to get moving faster. But doing well, getting across here, and then we're going to see where he heads to next. So he's coming across, and he's just about to drop down into this next section here. And let's see where he goes. Is he going Lone Pine side? Is he going the opposite little gnarly chute? Let's find out, or maybe neither. Looks like he's cutting back in, working his way through the trees here, and he's just above a little cliff zone. We got to come up with a name with this one. And
So
boom.
powerful.
Oh.
Little rollover, but back to his feet so quickly. Unfortunately, that will be a control deduction from the judges because that was not a smooth landing, but so fast back to get to his feet and keep his run going.
The preservation of self really comes into play there, especially underneath that cliff. Because, another nice little double right through here. Right under that cliff that he had the trouble on. We've seen a couple of people have trouble on the landings there, but right after is basically a grove of trees. So you don't want to land, have a tumble, and then slam into a tree. So you got to be really, really careful. You got to hopefully pinpoint your landing, and as soon as you land, you got to be hard on your edges and be really active on your skis in order to turn out of that. Orion Cherney back to the bottom already. Nice quick run. A little bit of a tumble.
And next, bib 49, we have Selby Hall.
All right, Selby Hall dropping.
Selby is coming to you from Aspen, Colorado. Making her way to exactly where she wants to keep her turns moving.
making some turns, working her way down through the snow here. I'd say a little cautious, a little careful, probably figuring out where she is, looking, just above that little feature there, the waterfall feature with the snow just pouring off of it. She made her way through that chute, and now she is ripping across this top little transition zone into the next section.
Keeping that traverse nice and smooth. Something the judges want to see when they are traversing is that it is fast, it is consistent. If you're going to traverse, do it with a purpose, as the judges like to say.
Okay, so I don't think it has a huge impact on the judging, but maybe a little bit. Even just a traverse across. So basically you're being judged for your entire run, start to finish.
And that's going to fall into that fluidity aspect. If you have to traverse to get to a feature, of course, we want to see you get to that feature. But if you're going to traverse with pole plants and you have to kick to get there, it's not as smooth. So Selby really did a good job of showing how to keep a traverse smooth and consistent and fast, and it just looked so good as she lines up for this next section.
All right, this is a great angle from the drone here as she's cruising into this next zone of features.
Making her way around these trees. Again, so impressive that they know exactly where they are, because so many of these features and trees look so similar that she's doing such a good job navigating, lining herself up to be right where she wants to be.
Here she goes. So she's skipping the two chutes, and she's coming back around this side. She may have something through there's a few little, looks like, I don't know if they're burnt trees or just stripped trees, potentially from past slides in past years. But as she's coming in right over here, she's going to be able to drop down right here. It steepens off a little bit, and she can probably do some really nice turns skiing out the bottom. She looks like she's a little tentative, but this part, you'd be able to open up because you can definitely see where she is right now, making her way down through the face, right below Weimer Peak, here in Nelson, Whitewater Resort, right outside Nelson, BC, British Columbia, Canada.
And this season, Selby got 5th place in the last 2 4-stars of the season and a 2nd place at the Snowbird 2-star. So probably taking this event to just really get her feet underneath her, but we know she's a strong competitor and she has the results to back it up.
And here she is making her way out the bottom. I don't know if something happened to her because she's having a chat with the patroller off the I guess the perimeter of the comp face. So she's going to make her way back down. Yeah, here she is, coming down behind us, right, working her way to the corral. And we will get ourselves ready for the next rider.
And the next rider, again, is jumping back to that Panel A with ski men. So really keeping the competition moving. We can just drop athletes back to back. It's so exciting to watch.
So we haven't talked about... So we haven't really talked about the Challenger Series as well. So the Challenger Circuit, the FWT Challenger Circuit, which is what we're at today, was introduced in 2022. And it's basically the final obstacle for these freeride competitors to make it to the freeride tour, as we explained. Looks like next up we've got Jackson Bathgate.
Jackson Bathgate, a Whistler athlete.
Bib number 3. Yeah, Jackson Bathgate, Whistler rider from the Whistler Freeride Club. He is a former Freeride World Tour rider, and he's coming in hot. He has a twin brother, Cooper, who was also on the tour. I actually had interviews with these kids when they were teenagers. He gets a little hung up on that slope. I think he wanted to blast off that. It looks like he was going in with enough speed to use it as a boost. But he's in a really, really aggressive rider. He thinks this might be his swan song.
And, you know, he was the Freeride Junior World Champion in 2016, too, so no stranger to competition. Jackson is here to freeride.
As I said, his brother, Cooper, is his twin brother, and twins is a weird phenomenon in freeride. There's a lot of twins, but he actually works for a towing company in Whistler called Cooper's Towing. And for the longest time, I couldn't tell them apart. I didn't know how to tell them apart, so I always thought he was Cooper and he owned the towing company, but he actually just works for it. But the only thing he's towing right now is a rooster tail because he is moving fast. Working his way through this little techie section. Right above this cliff,
Big
Boom.
air.
That one's giving a lot of people trouble. That landing is giving a lot of riders troubles today. We haven't seen a clean landing off that little feature yet today.
Getting caught up in his landing there, unfortunately.
Because it looks like there's the decent landing, a nice steep landing, but then it flattens out, and you can actually see that traverse line that cuts just below where he is right now. And I hope he's okay. I'm hoping it's just a ski. Oh, yeah, he's back on his feet.
He's moving. Looks like he's adjusting his boots or something there. Maybe got a little tripped up in that landing with his gear.
Maybe had a ski pop off. We couldn't see just behind there, just out of our view, just out of the camera's view. So we may have to wait to find out what happened there. Although by the looks of things, he may have lost his ski, because that's one of the things they say. If you lose a ski, just move on with your run. Don't continue on with get off the slope. I mean,
And
don't continue on with your run, because you're only going to basically create more bomb holes, basically deteriorate the slope for all of those behind you.
Exactly, and we also don't want to risk the run of you falling again and slowing the competition down. So it really is the etiquette to, if you do lose a ski, get your ski back on, give us a head tap if you're safe, and just make your way down simply and safely.
All right, so he's not going to be happy with that one, but he's got 2 more opportunities.
And our next athlete, back to panel B, Jenna Myers.
Out of Snowbird, Utah. Here she comes, lining something up over here.
Jenna was pre-qualified for Challengers this year. And she is showing off those turns and why.
It's quite steep in there, as you can tell. You know, these riders working their way to the Freeride World Tour are some of the best riders in the world, so you definitely know as she cruises through. Oh, no, getting caught in her slough. Point it. Stay on your feet. Oh yeah,
nice.
Great. She's on. Does she have all of her equipment, both poles? Maybe fixing her goggles? Just getting herself rearranged. So that little waterfall section, let's call it the waterfall
section. I like it.
Is also causing a little bit of a difficult time for some of these riders.
The conditions don't look like they are the easiest to navigate today, and I think we saw that right out of the bat with a couple crashes. As the snow may not be as maneuverable as they were hoping, but it's still consistent enough that we've seen the solid airs. We saw Jenna was able to rebound really quickly and get back on her feet.
Yeah, and it's a couple features are proving tricky. You know, the conditions themselves, they look great. You know, there was a little bit of a crust when we were skiing underneath, but it was a soft crust. We got a little bit of snow on top of it. The viz is fantastic. But that one little waterfall section has taken out a few riders just with the slough alone. And then that little cliff zone where we've seen a lot of the guys go, the landing is tough. The landing seems to be fine, but it's the run out that everybody seems to be either getting backseat or just throwing on the brakes thinking, oh no, I'm going to be in trouble. So as she works her way through this nice little tree section here, she's coming back around. So she's not choosing to go through the chute. She's cutting back through to go through more of a little steep zone.
That drone shot really showing the amplitude of what this venue is like, in this cliff section especially, that it really drops off. You need to know where you're going so you don't end up somewhere that might be not what you were planning.
Absolutely. Nice little
Catching
pop here.
some
Perfect
air.
landing. Great control out. Work your way around this tree, and looks like she's going to cut back out into the apron of the venue and work her way right down to the finish corral. So that was a bit of an adventure. Great recovery off that little waterfall section.
That was an adventure. That was a great way to put that. It was so fun to watch that. Watch her ski. And we just got word that Panel A is ready for the next athlete. So again, rapid fire dropping these skiers off from the top.
All right, next up we have from Ski Men from Revelstoke, just around the corner, Reed Kelly from the Revelstoke Freeride Club. He's cruising down to a kind of a different zone, giving some daps to the crew.
Arm in the air.
Yeah, cruising down the ridge here. It looks like we're going to have someone pop into a brand new entrance that we haven't seen just yet.
Wow.
Oh, it looked like he backflipped that.
did look like a backflip there. Maybe a little off balance in his landing, but really cruised straight out of it regardless.
Absolutely astonishing. So he's actually coming in from above. So the tracks that you see is that traverse from that first section to the next zone. He decided he was just going to go as straight fall line as he can. We caught that, I think, mid backflip. And another huge air right into the middle of the venue here. Perfectly smooth. Nice little grab. Great control on the landing.
Opening up a new creative line here that we haven't seen yet today. Rita's really keeping it interesting and engaging and putting his own twist on his free riding here. Getting spicy with a techie section in the trees. Beautiful turn as he lines it up.
Heading into this next cliff here. Going for the grab. And stomps it perfectly. Great run. 3 big features, 3 big airs, backflip at the top. I'd say that's the run of the comp, thus up to this point for sure.
I think that was the smoothest skiing we've seen so far. And yeah, he had that style component, those grabs and the flip. That is all going to build his score in the style execution category, as well as contributing to his rider level, which is that overall impression.
And you made a good point. He had kind of the smoothest run of the day. It looks like a lot of the riders are kind of struggling a little bit with conditions, whether it's the snow conditions, whether it's the features that they're hitting. There haven't been as many smooth runs today as you would have expected. But he just said, here, hold my beer. Let's go for it.
Bib 57, we have Chloe Hare dropping in from Ski Women Panel B.
Chloe Hare is a former Freeride World Tour athlete. On 2025, unfortunately didn't make the cut, so she is back here on the Challengers trying to reclaim her place on the Freeride World Tour for 2027.
The Colorado rider throwing in some big groovy turns as she makes her way to her first feature.
So here we are. This is the little waterfall feature that we were talking about. Lots of slough pouring off of this thing, which has really proved difficult for a lot of riders.
Oh, and just getting tripped up on that exit.
Little spin, great recovery to get back onto her skis. She landed. It looks like the slough is maybe creating a bit of a like an uphill kind of bump. So it looks like the riders are coming through and then hitting that kind of uphill slope or deposit. And really getting tossed into the back seat. As you saw there, she was really, she actually adapted to it really well, being able to do that little spin on her back, keep her feet in the air, keep your skis on, and being able to put your foot down and going on to the second half of your run here.
And that's the difference between losing a ski and keeping it on, is she still will receive a score regardless of the crash. And she's making her way with a beautiful drone shot. We can see the amplitude of the venue again. So awesome to see how grand this venue is at Whitewater. Chloe making her way. Such powerful turns.
And as we said, it's important to keep going. If your ski doesn't pop off, keep your run going, because all those points could prove to be very, very valuable. If your ski pops off, head off to the fringes and then just get right to the bottom. But that didn't happen with her, so she is down here ready to salvage the second half of her run here. When she cruises through this little tree section, nice big arcing turn through this little chute, back into the big apron, and she's going to bomb her way down, back into the sunshine, into the finish corral. She may not be terribly happy, but she's going to get points for this, and in a field this big, especially today where a lot of the ski women have gone down, this may actually prove to be quite valuable for her.
And again, athletes are able to shake off this first competition if they need to. They still have 2 more, but always a great opportunity to show what she's got, build the points, with the goal of heading back to the tour. Bib 31 will be dropping next, back to ski men.
So we've got Kane Gascoigne from the Whistler Free Ride Club coming in hot. He's here with his brother Leaf as well. Now I want to, they asked me specifically to give a shout out to their friend Kai Smart, who unfortunately passed away just recently. Wants to send his love to all the Whistler family, to the Smart family, everybody that knew and loved him, as he sends a big air off the waterfall, stomps it in honor of his good buddy Kai. Unfortunately, Kai was a family of the Smart family who runs Momentum ski camps. Great kid, huge adventurer. Everybody loved him. He was always up for a good time, an amazing athlete. Unfortunately, passed away after an avalanche in Japan. But one of the great things I heard was he was able to save 4 more people's lives with some of his organs that he was able to donate. I'm not going to go too much farther into it, but the Kane, Leaf, all the Whistler Freeride clubs are dedicating their run to Kai as he sends another air, fall line, holding on, way to keep on your skis.
Oh, and wow, and you can really just feel the love and amplitude and life behind his skiing right now. Kane is really going in, not holding back, just letting it rip.
So he's going into another little section here that we've only seen, I think, one other rider through. This is just adjacent to the Lone Pine Cliff. Cutting across into this mandatory air out. Boom, onto his skis. Another great run from Kai from the Whistler Freeride Club.
So impressive, too. It looks like he got a little off balance on the takeoff, but to then still be able to execute it so smoothly. That is proper freeride skiing there. We love to see it.
That just shows the strength of some of these riders. You know, that separates the best from the rest. That's why they're here at these challengers, because they're able to hit an air like that in uneven terrain, uneven landings, questionable runouts. But their pure strength, they're able to just keep on their skis and get to where they need to be safe. So great run from Kane Gascoigne.
Our next skier is going to be Marika Hansen. And they are getting ready to drop in. I got to compete down with Marika in Argentina this year, and they are just such a powerful skier. So fun to watch. And here they come, making their way on the cornice, getting ready to line up their run.
I met Marika the other day. She is originally from Jackson, Wyoming, but is now residing in Hood River, Oregon. So she is working her way down the Cornice Ridge here. Let's just see where let's see where they are gonna pop in.
All right, Marika, let's see what you got.
Here she is. This looks like a new entrance that we haven't seen yet today either.
They are waving their poles, showing us they are ready to take a bite out of this mountain.
Basically saying, game on!
Here
Let's
we go.
Couple little turns. One. Let's turn it into a double.
Yeah, Marika.
Oh,
to
nice.
The double.
Really, really new, interesting feature. She's going for this third one. Just got caught up in front of it, so smart move to not go for it while you're off balance. Work around it, but those top 2 features are great. Brand new line. We haven't seen that yet.
Really creative, too. It's so fun to see skiers take off a new chunk and put their own personal spin on this.
So she went a little farther down the ridge, just like we saw, I believe it was, I lost my paper here, Reed Kelly. And she's charging through that center section in the sunshine. Really aggressive turns with a lot of speed. Like, she's really, they're really attacking this face.
So fun to watch the power behind their skiing too, and that's really going to go into that amplitude and the technique and the fluidity and really mark most of those categories they are getting judged on.
So here they come, another quick little air, cutting right back into the edge of this little zone here. I believe this is called Broke Neck Zone.
But Marika staying nice and safe as they make their way down. Really fast, powerful, really unique style
really
they have
powerful,
going on.
Really aggressive, really strong skiing from Marika here. Got to be happy with that. And she's definitely, in my opinion, should get a little higher line score. Would that be incorrect to say?
So the line score is based off of the features that athletes hit. Each feature has a numerical value assigned to it, and that is not exposed to the public or the athletes. That is something the judges know privately, but they're stacking points through that line score. The line score is important because all the other 4 execution categories, control, technique, fluidity, and style, are based off of that line score. So the line score is really setting that cap, and every feature that athletes bite off builds that line score up. So Marika definitely bit off some points with that top section. Every air that athletes hit, every shoot they're doing, anything difficult on the venue is going to build that line score up.
Now, are these, so with these scores, are they predetermined? So do the judges look at the face and say, this cliff is going to be this score, this cliff is going to be kind of this amount?
They do, but it's a ballpark because they call it scaling. If an athlete takes off a little higher versus a little lower, that will contribute to that numerical value. They can hit the same cliff, but take it differently, and that will change the value of the cliff.
All right, I think next up we've got Wyatt Gentry, I believe. Wyatt Gentry out of Jackson as well.
Jackson
for Solomon. You may have seen him in a lot of the Solomon film projects.
Coming to you from the Jackson Hole Evolution freeride team, too. Lots of great terrain there at Jackson, so I'm sure he is ready to show off what he's been working on.
All right, Wyatt Gentry. Here we go.
It looks like we've got some more sunshine coming out too. Wyatt waving his arms and getting ready to free ride.
It has turned into be an absolute beautiful day, and he's lining up something big here. Yeah, actually skied that really perfect. Hold on. Oh, see, there's that strength that I was talking about. That is pure core strength. He's kind of in the air. He's got one ski going one way. He's got another ski going the other way, but bringing it nice and tight right to his feet right at the proper moment when his skis connect the snow again. Staying upright. Great little air at the top here. And now he's working his way across into this next section. He's going to come into our view just a moment. And how about that sun?
I know, what a relief to see some sunshine pop out. Always warm and welcoming to see a little bit of sun. Helps with the lighting on the venue too, so athletes can see a clear picture of where they're going as Wyatt heads in here.
So this is that difficult cliff.
Wow.
And he's managed to hold on. He took a little bit of a different entrance, a little different angle to hit this cliff from all the other guys who had troubles with the landing. He went a little bit diagonal.
A little bit of a double, too. He had that landing and then popped another one, and it looks like he's coming in here, lining up a technical entrance.
Oh, stay on your feet. Oh, wow.
Oh, unfortunately not holding on. Little bit of a tomahawk, but we're looking for that head tap again, which means Wyatt is safe.
Wow,
he is
go.
okay.
What an interesting line. So he lined up right at the top. We haven't seen anybody do this yet. Right, slid down that little spine wall and then aired into the chute here. So we're going to give Wyatt a moment to collect his things, and we are going to send you to some of our sponsors for the event this week.
There's nothing like that cliff. That moment where everything just falls into place. Where movements become muscle memory. And control feels like freedom. Every version of yourself echoing, teaching you, pushing you to that point. The moment you know you're exactly where you're meant to be.
right, everybody, we are going to resume here in a moment. Wyatt has collected his things. He had his airbag pop out, so needed to get himself back together, and we are getting set up for the next riders in today's competition. So with the Challenger Series here, we were talking about earlier, this is the final obstacle for all of these riders to make it to the Free Ride World Tour. So many of the riders here have earned their way by collecting points through the qualifier events, and some of the riders here were competing on the FWT this season but didn't make the cut. So
Basically, this is like a 3-round playoff for everyone trying to prove themselves to make it to the tour, and for those riders that cut to reclaim their place. So at the end of this series, we have 4 ski men from Region 1 and Region 2, which is where we're at. 4 ski men are moving on, 2 ski women, 2 snowboard men, and 1 snowboard woman are moving on to the Free Ride World Tour in 2027. And as we mentioned, we have 79 total riders competing in all 4 categories throughout the 3 Challenger events.
That is correct, Mark. It's so interesting to see the way some athletes, are jumping into the Challenger Series after just their first year of competing. They've done so well in the qualifiers that they've made it here, while others have taken some more time and played the long game. And again, other riders coming back from the Freeride World Tour to re-qualify.
So we were just chatting a little bit about some of the judging, and I was asking you about like line score and that sort of thing. So you've worked as a judge for events, and you have a better knowledge of it. So I'm going to defer all of this judging chat to you. So we have several categories. Can you maybe explain some of them, not only to the people listening and watching, but to me?
Of course. So athletes are judged on their line, control, technique, fluidity, and style.
So 5 categories.
Exactly. 5 categories. Line being the most important. This is the path the athlete chooses down the course. And as athletes are, again, picking off different features, they're building that numerical value to increase their line score. And that difficulty is determined by the steepness, the exposure, the air, and of course the conditions, which we're seeing today are a little bit tougher than they have been at some of our other events. So that is our line. Their control. Competitors are rewarded for staying in control. Each loss of control results in a score deduction based off of the severity of the control issue. And that varies from everything from a little bit of a backseat landing, getting slightly off balance, to a full rollover or a full crash.
So everything from like a full-on tomahawk to, say, you have a little landing in some chundry snow and you have like a ski fly out to the side sort of thing.
Exactly, and those are determined by stage 1 through 5, stage 1 being more minor and 5 being more dramatic with that rollover. Another category is the technique, and exactly as it sounds, that component of showing off good turn quality related to big mountain freeriding and displaying the skills required in varying terrain and freestyle.
So basically seeing somebody charging through, like we just saw Marika, really aggressive, really charging her turns, really getting in, turning that edge over, right? Versus saying being a little bit more careful.
Exactly, yep, really leaning into that edge, and Marika is a great example. They showed really strong technique in that. The next one is fluidity, and that comes to continuity, pace, and smooth transitions between sections of the venue, along with the energy displayed. But we're going to jump back to the action real fast, because we have a skier on course. And this is Britta Winans. Britta, the Tahoe athlete, was on the World Tour, and coming back to shoot her shot again, lining up this first cliff. Here she comes, huge chunk.
Still proving to be the heartbreaker, this little waterfall cliff. She took it at a very different angle. She's fine. Skis off. Is that a pole or her ski? That's her ski.
That's her, I want to say pole. I think it's her pole. Because she's stepping, she's got 2 skis.
So she took that at a different angle, and I'm not sure how many of the athletes up there actually know what's been going on. I'm sure, because there's no Wi-Fi here.
There is no Wi-Fi.
And there's no cell service.
And there's no
either.
cell service.
So it's, I guess it's, some people would say this is the dream location here at Whitewater. Back to basics. So I know a lot of FWT riders. I know a lot of the other like 4-star qualifiers. If it's live streamed, they can watch it on their phones, or they have their friends that can call up and say, hey, watch out for this feature that you had in mind because people are falling on it. Maybe take it at a different angle. You can have, if you have a coach or you've got a good teammate, quote unquote teammate, that can give you that information. I guess today the only real way to do that would be through radios.
You're right, Mark, and it's really interesting to see the same type of control issue happen in that landing. And I think you nailed it right on the head, is that slough is piling up and creating a little bit of that uphill landing, and they're just getting bucked and they're not quite expecting it, versus if they were able to see that, maybe they'd be able to plan a little bit differently. But what
yeah, because it's been consistent.
It has been consistent.
It's been consistent the whole time. But this is, and it's funny because we've had, I think only one person really landed that, and we've had a bunch of different angles, takeoffs as well. So, it looked like she was gonna buck the trend, so to speak, but unfortunately, it got her bucked a little bit. So she's got her skis back on. She's working her way back down through the broke neck chute here.
Taking it nice and smooth as she makes her way down. And even though she didn't lose a ski, she is still showing that etiquette. She crashed, she had to retrieve a pole. She's going to preserve the takeoffs and the landings for the other athletes and not risk having another fall and holding the competition up again. So really strong, kind etiquette from Britta. And we're excited to see what she has for the next two events as well, because she is certainly a strong free rider. Our next athlete
All right, so we got Paul Melchert is up next. We are going to see what Paul has for us today. P-Man skiing out of Anchorage, Alaska. We're getting right into the exposed terrain, right into the steep stuff. And a 360 right to his feet as he laces through those trees. Holy cow, you needed to be absolutely pinpoint with another little shifty as he cruises into the sun. Great start from Paul. Wow, that was really, really impressive. There was zero chance for missing that landing.
No, and he just pinned it so strong, too. I'm sure
he knows it, too.
He knows it. Arms are there. He's like, yeah, I did that.
He's like, I'm happy. Let's see what he's got for us at the bottom. So this is one of those things where like the mental game comes into play. He did a really great top section, and now is he going to let it run? Looks like it. Finding some nice turns. A nice little air off that top. Another little air in. Oh, careful for that tree. Staying on his feet.
Really navigating that technical zone so smooth.
Little bit rowdy through there, but he's staying up, and he's achieving, I think, what he's looking for. As he's working through this little section here. He's actually right above where Wyatt sent it into that chute. Side slipping down this little spine in the sun. Looking for this double coming up. There's a mandatory exit. And staying. Oh, no!
It looks like just last second got bucked
he was
there
fighting
too.
He landed on his feet. A little bit backseat. He was trying to hold on, but then he hit just a little dip in the snow, which ended up catching that edge and tossed him. Hopefully he's okay.
We're looking for that head tap again. That's our first communication from athletes. Really instant way to let us know, and there it is. Yeah.
There it is. So we've seen a couple people hit that zone. That is a really, really consequential and really impressive zone. Wyatt Gentry hit it straight through the center, through fall line, and it looks like Paul P-Man tried to hit it as a double. So as he goes up and collects, I think he's got to take a few steps up to go collect a pole and then work his way back down to get his ski. So while he's doing that, let's continue our judging talk because we didn't quite finish it. And I'm curious to get through. So you talked about line score. You talked about control. You talked about technique, and we were right through fluidity, I believe, right when we cut away to ads.
Absolutely, and fluidity is just, again, keeping that pace, keeping it consistent, showing off good speed in between features, and being able to maintain the adjusting of speed you need to go from one feature to another. Stopping, slowing down, that'll have a negative impact on fluidity. And the last category is style, and this is that freestyle maneuver that we're looking for. So in the air, on snow, throwing in little shifties and slashes, all those things are going to contribute to style. And those are the 5 categories that the judges are looking for.
Great. Well, we're going to go to another little break, a little word from our partners, and we will be back shortly with your next rider. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a rider on course. Dropping in at the top. We didn't hear who was dropping in, so we're going to do our best to find out exactly who this is for you in just a moment.
Believe it's Delilah Quinn, because she was our next athlete on panel B, also former World Tour skier. Delilah's got such a strong style, and she's lining up for that waterfall cliff. Really crossing my fingers for her. She bites off the chunk and gets hooked but lands it. She just really showed the cat-like reflexes it takes to almost hit that uphill but then bring it back together, find that balance, and keep it moving.
So that right there, she just displayed that experience that she had. She's gone through the Challenger. She made it to the Freeride World Tour. Unfortunately, got cut. But here she is taking all that knowledge and all of that experience, and she is the first rider that went through there, first ski women rider that went through that feature and managed to keep it to her feet.
And hopefully going to set the tone for some more success there, as we want to see these athletes succeed, and Delilah is still keeping it nice and strong as she makes her way down.
So she's coming out way skiers right here, and she's cutting right back into this broke neck zone. Let's just see if she's got some more features in mind. Really, really solid skier, Delilah. Skiing for Solomon out of Palisades, Tahoe for the Palisades Freeride team. And as she's working her way through this little tech section through the trees, and there's a little air right here. Boom. Perfect.
Nice and smooth. Gonna finish up this last section with some strong turns.
Building up that line score. Technique is on point. Working, and I'd say it was a pretty fluid run.
And she wants to shout out her mom, dad, all the homies, the backcountry, and Tahoe Junior Freeride Series. A lot of strong athletes coming out of Tahoe and Tahoe Freeride. We love to see it, and Delilah is one of them.
Well, that was a fantastic run by Delilah. She's got to be happy with that one. You know, on a day where we've seen a lot of crashes, a lot of difficulty, she put down a run that she was hoping for. And that's definitely, I think, in my opinion, going to help her stand above the rest. Right, next we've got rider number 13, another former Freeride World Tour athlete. He was on the Freeride World Tour this year.
And I bet he is shooting a shot to get back on it. Lachlan Harvey, Lockie, coming to you from Whistler and Whistler Blackcomb.
Whistler Freeride Club. So on the Freeride Guide podcast I do with the broadcaster, Derek Foose, we actually had Lachlan on to kind of talk about a lot of the riders that had made the tour and a lot of the riders that are here today. Really, really great guy, and he, as you said, he is gunning to get his spot back on the tour this year.
And he qualified through the Challenger Series last year, so he knows we have what it takes, and he's going to drop this cliff straight to bolts, navigate nice and smooth through that exit too.
Nice little double, turning it into a triple here. So he's just stacking features. So as we said, line score. The more every feature you have has a score towards it. The more you do, the higher your score is going to be. Correct?
That is correct. Every time you are biting off another chunk, you are building that numerical value in your line score.
And he definitely knows that because he made it through this process once before.
Exactly. He knows the game, and he is ready to play it.
So just like we saw with Delilah, right now he's proving, hey, I've done it before. I want my spot back. This is how you do it.
I can do it again.
So let's see how this second section of the venue wall turns out for Lachlan. So he's cruising in. He's going to be heading into that little. I think he's going to cut back into this little cliff zone. We'll see. Oh wow! Great line, a fun new angle to that little cliff that we've been having a lot of troubles on.
From the top too, I really thought he was going to ski into it and take his takeoff a little further down above the exposure, but he really launched from the top of that, and that was fun to watch.
And
hit me on my toes,
yeah. Yeah, laced it. He's working his way down into another little section here, right through these little steep trees. Coming out, and we got one more big cliff right at the bottom. He's lining it up. Here we go, Lachlan. Pointing it, and to bolts. Nice, good control out. Great run from Lachlan Harvey. That is a great start on his journey to try and get back to the Freeride World Tour.
Absolutely, and that was an area we saw a lot of other athletes get tripped up too, so to see him execute that so smoothly in conditions we know are not easy to fly out of, Lachlan did such a great job there.
Yeah, great run start to finish. That little triple feature at the top, making sure he gets in a lot of features, making sure he stays on his feet, good fluidity, and a fantastic landing at that top air, or that bottom air, which has been giving a lot of people troubles today. So great run from Lachlan. He's going to be happy with that one.
Really fun to see an athlete show that it is possible to land it in an area we've seen some people go down. It is possible. He did make it smooth, even though it is so challenging. He made it look so effortless, and what fun to watch. Getting all the hugs at the bottom from the homies. We love to see the Freeride family at it.
Yeah, Lachlan Harvey, Giro rider, BCA as well. BCA has been supplying us with radios while we're here, and Giro, one of those partners of the IFSA Region 2 Challenger Series. And you said family. His mom has been traveling around to a bunch of events too. His mom's awesome. Shout out Mrs. Mrs. Harvey.
Bib number 50, Yone Gangoti Perez, coming to you from Whistler, originally from Spain. Yone is a personal friend of mine. She's skiing on coalition snow skis, and she is such a powerful rider. She was down in South America competing in their circuit this year and made her way back to the Challenger Series this year. Here she comes, waving her arms, getting ready to drop in, and let's see what Yone has for us. Gonna line up this double, maybe. It looks like she's making her way over.
Same zone we just saw Lachlan hit. So there's 1, 2, 3. There's almost 4 there, but hit the first one. Little trouble with her fluidity there, but she wanted to go a little smaller where she knows she can control that landing. So that's actually some smart riding.
Really lining it up is so important, and yes, that will be impacted in her fluidity score, but it's so much more important to line yourself up and really make sure you're going to land on your feet.
So when a rider looks like they're going into a feature and they ski around it for whatever reason, how does that affect that score?
When a rider looks like they're going to go into the feature and then backs it up a little bit, that will impact the fluidity score, but again, it's more important to make sure they line it up and really decide that they're going to go right where they want to go.
All right, now follow-up question. Is it a deduction, or is it just not points that are added?
It depends on the way it's set up. I can't give you a black and white answer to that question because it's all so variable. The judges are really thinking on their feet as it happens. So a little bit of yes and a little bit of no to that one.
Okay.
It's a very complex mathematical score that goes into it, a lot of addition and subtraction. So it's really the judges are thinking fly on the spot. But Yone's making her way, getting through this really techie section, navigating through the trees.
All right, underneath that little cliff zone that Lachlan had just hit, she's working her way back around into this little tree, this little steep techie tree zone.
Staying so strong, showing off some nice turns. Just an absolute gem of a human being, in addition to being such a strong skier. Always the biggest smile on her face. It's so fun getting to see her ride and hang out with her, and just I'm a big fan of Yone. I gotta say it.
Yone says She grew up skiing in the Pyrenees. She's a Spanish rider, living in Whistler right now as well. Making her way down here. A lot of the Whistler riders are really happy because it's just a quick drive, straight across, I guess, the southern border of the British Columbia and United States. A lot of them like these Canadian. A lot of the Canadians love the Canadian events because they can bring their own trucks and vehicles. I did, and it is full of pretty much everything I own. I think I have every single pair of shoes that I have, just in case I need them for whatever it is I need them for. As Ione makes her way down to the finish line on her feet. Solid riding. Got to be happy with that.
Successful top to bottom. We love to see it. I'm sure taking a huge breath at the bottom here.
Especially with so many crashes, being able to put a run down, top to bottom on your feet, is going to do wonders for your positioning.
And it looks like we might have another athlete dropping in right now. It is rapid fire with the dual panel.
Coming into a hot little spot, spinning off the top.
Oh,
little
not
back
holding
seat,
on.
and a little bit of a tumble.
And it looks like he did lose a shoe. I want to say this is Hayes Livernois.
Oh no, and he's getting carried away by that slough farther and farther away from his ski.
But he looks to be okay. He's up and functioning.
Yeah, he's just going to get to a spot where he can kind of stop and get out of the way here.
And we do have a team of people that we call ninjas, our ski retrieval team. So if an athlete like this loses a ski closer to the top, someone will come and bring it to them.
Well, it's going to take a moment or so for him to get his ski on. So once again, we're really happy you guys are here with us today, watching us on freeskier.com. My name is Mark Warner.
I'm Rachel Shannon.
And we will be back with you momentarily. And we have a lot more awesome skiing and snowboarding still to come.
See you soon.
Waiting on the edge of this moment, holding out for something golden. Found a light on a hill. I was waking up, looking for peace in a world that's divided. Gotta hold on tight when you find it. I was turning around, I was waking up. You're pulling me right in, rotate till you again. I'll live the rest of my life by your side. I wanna stay here forever, playing it all like the radio. Don't see how
All right, ladies and gentlemen, he's, she's, and theys, welcome back to the 2026 IFSA FWT Challenger Series by Orage. This is the first of 3 stops here at Whitewater Resort, just outside of Nelson, British Columbia, Canada. We have our rider has got their ski back on and are heading down to the finish corral, and we are on our way. We're about a third of the way through. As you can tell, we've started with ski women and ski men in a double panel judging system, which is what, Rachel?
Dual panel means we have a panel A, 3 judges in panel A, and a panel B, 3 judges in panel B. Someone from panel A will drop, the judges will score them, and while the judges are scoring that rider, someone from panel B will drop. So it just means consistent action back and forth all day long. The show never stops, and it really gives the judges a minute to judge and really keeps things moving and fluid and just gets us through the day fast and in an exciting manner.
Gives the judges a bit of a break, and looks like we have someone on course here.
This may be our last athlete that lost a shoe. I believe this was Hayes Livernois. I think he's still making his way down. Skiing slow and cautiously here, so
little gingerly. Hopefully he's not hurt at all. The safety and the health of the riders is number one.
So after this skier from panel A, our ski male finishes, we will jump back to panel B with Hannah Melanchuk. And we just got word that bib 53, Hannah Melanchuk, will be dropping in next. And it looks like she is on the move here, coming down the ridge, getting ready to line up her spot and drop in. Hannah has some of the prettiest turns I've ever seen. Really strong technical skier, and I'm so excited to see her cruise, line up a techie section here in this entrance, and bite off a chunk. Looks like she's skiing around it, figuring out exactly where she wants to go.
So Hannah doesn't actually have a freeride club that she's a part of, and she said she just sent it in a Taos event a few years ago because it sounded fun. And look where she is. Just because something sounded fun, she's like, I'm going to try that, and here she is at the Challenger event. Getting hung up just on this little spine here, working her way to this cliff, making her way out, basically realizing, hey, I got to keep my fluidity. So she may not have been able to go off the nose, which it looked like she was trying to do, but then readjusted and said, hey, I got to keep moving here.
Yeah.
And then adjusted mid-run. So you got to give a lot of credit for that as well.
Smart reacting to what's happening. Things go so fast. Conditions are not always as expected. Again, athletes were not able to get all the way up to the top to see it in person. They just had to do the best with what they had and keep moving. This is the first time these skiers get to ski their line top to bottom.
So here comes Hannah cruising across in the sunshine. It's one of those cloudy in and out days today. It's actually really, really perfect for an event. Even when the clouds come over, the visibility on the slope is great. It's not flat. We were talking about that on the chairlift up. You said, oh, it's not flat at all.
And we were a little worried coming in with the cloud cover. It might be a little flatter than expected, but it looks like Hannah can see, and she is going to keep moving here.
So we're working her way just above this next section where the trees start to get a little tight. She's actually working her way into just above the cliff zone, where a lot of the boys were having some trouble there. Lachlan was really the only one that had hit it. He aired just a little bit farther to her, I guess behind her, skier's left, looker's right. So as she's working her way through this little cliff zone, I think she's going to work her way right across the shelf. This is a really interesting line as well because it's a really like Billy Goat Gnar line. You got to be really careful. You're above exposure. Oh, and she finds a nice little exit for her. Obviously, she didn't want to go off the big spot, and she found a great little exit just at the end of that cliff line. Put it to her feet as she moves into this next chute.
Coming towards the bottom of the venue now. She's getting ready to line up this last big chunk of skiing that we have.
Yeah, this is some really, really steep, really like technical, gnarly zones. As you can see, this is where some of our early riders had some trouble.
And it's such a complex venue, too. It's really not just big cliff to big cliff. There's trees and chutes and cliffs, and these athletes have to do such a good job of navigating where they want to go.
So this is where Kestrel straight line through it. We had Brill have some trouble through it. Kestrel straight line. And then now we have this rider.
Hannah.
Felt
like she was somewhere in the middle there.
Yeah, perfect. On her feet. And she, this is a really, really kind of big mountain line that she chose.
She really did bite off a big chunk and was, I think Hannah's really known for her strong techie skiing, so it was cool to see her bite off features that showcase her style
and
more.
A really unique line choice above that middle cliff. That she cruised across the top and then found that exit. So great run from Hannah. I'm really impressed with, and different.
Unique too. It's fun to see that creativity behind each athlete.
I love seeing how an athlete sees the hill and how they approach the mountain, and how all of them ski differently.
And back up to the top, the action never stops. We are back to panel A with our next ski male. Adrian Hayden, I believe this is, going off of our start list here. Yep, bib number 38.
Hitting to this 1, 2. Is he going to hit the third? Just misses it to get lots of speed. So nice little double at the top. Ripping across to the top here. And then this is the stage where it really kind of spreads out. You know, as I said, sometimes events, it's just natural for riders to flow into one spot, or the way that they can get the most points is this route. And a lot of riders find that one specific route. So right below this big the transition zone, where he's cruising through now, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 distinct little routes, little zones, as he hits a nice smooth air with a little bit of speed that he can pick from. And we've seen quite a bit of variation already today, which is really exciting.
Really picking out where he's going to go in this section here.
Oh, right above this big exposed double. We've only seen one rider go through here. It was Kane Gascoigne. Hit the double and stay on your feet. Oh, wow.
Nice.
Great job.
Really balanced there as that landing just looked so fast. They have to hold on so tight.
And that's just pure commitment. You're like, I'm dropping this, and I will see you at the bottom because there's no slowing down and there's no stopping. So that line, only one other rider has hit that line. That was Kane Gascoigne from the Worcester Freeride Club. So that was fantastic. Good job from Adrian Hayden.
Adrian Hayden, then back up to panel B, ski women. Hannah Baldwin coming in next. She's already on course, wasting no time and getting set up here for her first features. Hannah is coming to you from the Altabird Freeride. She won Junior World Champs in 2025 and is now skiing out of Park City and Snowbird. Catching some little air there, she makes her way across to her next features. Finding some fresh snow for that turn there. Always exciting to see.
And here we have this little funky spine. See, everybody's getting caught up there. They think they're going to be able to get up and onto that spine. We just saw
Hannah do the same thing.
Hannah do the same thing, right.
The Hannah air there.
The Hannahs.
The Hannahs,
yeah,
yes.
The Hannah spine.
The Hannah spine. But here comes Hannah Baldwin. She's going to keep it cruising, keep it nice and smooth.
And I guess that's one of those things where whether it's visual and whether it's on slope, like sometimes it can get tricky. Like the way the light hits, the way you see it. They both were like, hey, this is where I'm going to go. This is accessible. But then the terrain is like, actually, this isn't how it's going to work.
And they both did that same thing of trying to go up it and then making that quick right-hand turn to catch a little air off that nugget there.
Just the adjustment, right?
Yes.
It looked like they both wanted to get up and maybe get on top of the point of the spine, maybe slip down it and off the nose or off the other side of it.
And here comes Hannah Baldwin to this last section of the venue here. She is not done yet. She has so much more opportunity to really build that score.
And this is a really big venue. You've got those top sections off the cornice. And the section that she's at the top of now, with all of those different features that we've seen to the day, like this itself is a venue in certain events. 2 stars, 3 stars, like she's at the top of what could be a venue in itself.
And I think that's so great to see such a long venue really preparing those athletes for the next step, which is the Freeride World Tour. And as we know, those venues are long and steep and technical, and this is such good preparation for these athletes to really bite off that next chunk.
Absolutely. And we got to give a shout out to the team at Whitewater doing such a great job for getting this set up. As Hannah works her way through this center chute here. Oh, perfect.
Nice
I
air.
was wondering what was happening there because she was skiing so well. She was actually lining up a great little air. As she cuts across here, right into the apron at the bottom of the venue below Weimer Peak here in Whitewater.
Gonna make some
turns.
gorgeous turns to the bottom.
Having a little bit of fun.
And here she comes into the finish corral. I'm sure a huge sigh of relief. She was on both feet the whole time, which is an accomplishment in today's conditions. Showing some love to the camera, shouting out the friends, and just, I'm sure she's so excited to have that run under her belt. All right, we are trying to figure out exactly who's dropping next. But I believe it's Asher Maxwell from Panel A, Ski Men. Here he comes. He's going to wave his arms.
Finnan, I have a feeling it might be 27, Asher Maxwell.
And taking off a huge chunk there. Little tripped up on the landing, but staying on his feet and keeping it moving to another air with the grab.
Was that the Hannah
out.
spine that he just launched off of?
You know, I think it was, and he took a different trajectory off of it.
And having fun, just cruising across with some shifties.
Absolutely.
That counts, right? Like,
so that's showing that rider level, that overall impression, and that style score. An air like that wouldn't necessarily contribute to line, but it would show a little bit of flair, a little bit of something extra, and the judges are looking out for those things.
Right. And we've seen most of the riders cruise across this transition zone. We've seen a few riders come from just above where you can actually see just above them that cliff line, do a little bit more fall line, but most of the riders cruise across that zone. When you're able to add a little bit of flair and make yourself stand out, something as simple as a little shifty with a little bit more speed can definitely make a difference. It may be a small amount of
Big
force.
air here from Asher. Again, a little backseat on that landing, so not as clean as I'm sure he would have hoped, but riding away, which, you know, we will count as a success.
Absolutely. I'd say a success off that middle cliff, which we've seen some successful landings, but a few more crashes. So I'd say that was a successful attempt as he works his way through this little billy goat section.
Looks like he's going to bite off something big at the bottom here.
Perfect. Here we have this bottom air.
Putting on a
Here
show.
Boom. Stay on your feet, Shifty.
Nice.
Nice work. Managed to get through. He's fired up. Straight lining through the sunshine.
What a big chunk he bit off there, too. You could really see just as he was coming into that section, I was like, you know, I have a feeling Asher's going to bite off that last big cliff, and he did. 2 bolts. So smooth. Fast exit. We love to see it. Bib number 59. Galena Wardle.
G-Dub. This is her first year doing freeride, crossing over from Alpine Racing out of Aspen, Colorado. So let's see if this racing background shows within her skiing. And it kind of does. She's really approaching this aggressively. Getting a little face shot there. Shredding the pow.
You know, she did her first event down in South America this year and was on the podium at the 4-star. It was incredible to watch. Powerful skier and showing it off here why she made it to challengers in her first year of competing in freeride.
And you can see like the strength that
Hold on.
Nice.
Beautiful balance.
Yeah, and that just proves right there when you're a ski racer going at those speeds, you have to be strong on your feet. You have to be strong when you're unbalanced. And I find that a lot of the riders that come from that background to freeride actually can adapt to it a little quicker than many others because they have that training, they have that strength, they know how to get from edge to edge quickly and at speed and at consequence. Like, she is absolutely attacking this section. I'd say this is one of the fastest ski women that we've seen through this zone.
And that racing background is showing it. You know, I remember chatting with her in South America, and she was saying she spent her summers down south in Argentina skiing as a child. So how exciting to really have all of that background and get to really show it off here. This is years in the making, 1 year of competing in freeride, and she is just ripping up this venue.
Yeah, charging through here, popping, like fun little popping airs. So as she's rolling through here, she's actually popping off little airs and getting little airplane turns. So adding a little bit of flair, adding a little bit of fun to her riding through that slope. Really, really impressive. And usually when I see someone has a racing background, as I mentioned, you expect something like this. Charging GS turns through the apron, down to the finish corral.
And while speed is not something that athletes are being scored on, it is being considered in that rider level. She's stoked, yeah. So the judges are looking for, you know, not speed as something they're being judged on, but it is going to contribute to that overall impression of how much amplitude is behind their turns and their skiing and their overall top to bottom.
Yeah, and they can be a little more aggressive too because they know how to be on their skis, how to be on their edges. Like their core strength, their legs, they've trained. If they're racers, they go through all that training just to get your legs strong, your core strong. and that definitely plays well when transferring over into free ride.
Absolutely. That was so fun to watch. So strong, so powerful. Excellent skiing out of Galena. And it looks like we're going to head back to panel A. Just waiting for the athletes to get ready. Maybe the judges are just taking a second.
And here we have a beautiful drone view of Weimer Peak and the event here. So some of the runs that we have here, so we have Cougar Paw, which is right along the right side of the venue, kind of where you see those rocks over there. Benny's, Westie's entrance. Start number 2 is just up above from a zone called Westie's entrance.
Confirmation, bib 25, Wyatt Atkins is getting ready to drop in.
All right, Wyatt Atkins. He is an event wildcard from right here in Whitewater. I'm sure the crew at the bottom is going to make some noise for this young man. He's working his way down the ridge. Big 360 off the top. Stay on your feet. Little back slap. Skis on. See, that right there is locals knowledge. He's probably been looking at that his whole life. I bet you he's hit that like that before. Great attempt, but he's got his skis on. Let's keep moving on for this wild card from right here in Whitewater. Wyatt Atkins. Shout out to the Village Ski Hut, and he skis for Head Tyrolia, one of the partners of the Challenger Series here in Region 2.
Strong skiing coming out of Wyatt right now, showing off some flair, showing off a little bit of style, keeping it smooth too, just making it look effortless, and we know these conditions are tough.
Right, coming right off to the edge of this close zone, right through Lone Pine is what this zone is called. And we've seen a couple athletes come through here. We saw Kane Gascoigne go through here as he's working his way through this little billy goat section. And, oh, goodness. Oh! Save of the day. So he got bucked off that bottom shelf. Landed on his back right to his feet. Now that was an impressive run.
It gave me like a trampoline back bounce feel to it.
Yes.
Like bounced, popped up, no big deal, brush it off and keep going. That was wild to watch.
I bet you he's going to get to the bottom and be like, no, that's exactly what I planned on doing. That's what I had in mind.
I put that trampoline there, didn't you know?
Wow. I'd say that's one of the events of the day. So we got a new rider dropping in right now. It looks like it's going to be Ignacia Catalano Palomero, or Iggy.
Iggy, coming from El Colorado in Chile.
But she's living in Whistler right now, and I carpooled with her all the way from Whistler to Whitewater. We stopped off at a wonderful Mexican restaurant and had a really nice time getting to know each other. Lovely, lovely human.
She's so sweet. I got to chat with her when I was down living in Chile this season too, and she always has a smile on her face. The most welcoming person, so friendly, and really just holding that spirit of the freeride family. She earned her spot here qualifying through the Chilean series, and she is making some gorgeous turns as she gets ready to show off this next section of the venue.
All right, as she's making her way into this lower section here, just behind the trees, just out of our view a little bit, as she's making some nice turns there in the sunshine. We said we got a little bit of snow last night to kind of give a little refresh to the slope.
A little bit of refresh. We will take it.
And she's actually skiing quite far skiers right, a little bit farther than most, kind of a new little line. She's going to puff her way through the trees here, just above that true broke neck section, right beside an area that they call pierogies here at Whitewater. I had to ask them. I was reading it on there. I'm like, does that say pierogies? I approve. I'm a big fan of pierogies.
Always a good time.
I always wonder why they name certain things. Like certain
I know, what's the story behind
what's the
calling
story
this
behind it,
pierogies?
right? Is there an actual reason, or it's just like, who should call it pierogies? Who knows?
Ignacia making her way through the trees over here, showing off some beautiful turns.
Very, very comfortable skiing. Absolutely comfortable skiing. Making her way through this little zone. getting a little pow for herself.
Love to see some fresh turns.
As she makes her way back over into the broke neck chute here. Cutting across, and then she will soon be finding her way just onto the apron and then down into the finished corral.
Our Chilean rider keeping it nice and smooth and fun. Her first year in the Challenger Series, really exciting to see her put down a clean run top to bottom. Just nice and smooth and controlled the whole way down. Again, control is something the judges are really looking for. Really indicates safe riding, responsible riding, and she really showed us that.
Absolutely.
And into the corral she comes. Ignacia, I'm sure, so excited to have that first Challenger Series under her belt. Getting a big hug from Yone. I believe they were hanging out and traveling together a little bit this trip, too. I see Marika down there. All the Freeride family sharing the stoke. So thankful to be at the bottom and just take a breath. And it's complete. First stop is done for them. But not done for us as we are heading back up to ski men. Panel A, dual panel, consistent action, and here comes Rye Man.
Now he's had a second in Revelstoke and a fifth at Kicking Horse, so he loves Canada, Purcells, and the Kootenays where we are right now. Coming in off the top of that ridge, working his way down right above this little cliff zone. Taking it a little bigger than most. Oh, stay on, stay on. Oh, way to hold it off. And turned that save into a big cross-court air. Now that is thinking quick on your feet.
So smooth, too. He really just took that as an opportunity to be like, I'm going to launch, I'm going to throw some style, and then I'm going to get on my tails and be a little groovy
just wheelie
through this
across,
traverse.
and that's what we were talking about, right? Stand out across a zone that really is, like, has nothing really to do but get across it. Any little bit of flair, any bit of personality you can put into there. He's probably thinking, oh my God, I just pulled that off. I'm going to celebrate a little bit, wheelie out of this zone. Slash a turn right there, my man. Oh. So I'm a big fan of pow turns, turns in competitions. As he finds this little side hit, working his way a little bit above the exposure here, trying to find a line. There's a series of cliffs right here, which he just hit. The same angle as Lachlan Harvey. Great control off of that and that exit as he's working his way into this big chute.
What has he got here for us?
This is he's right above the chute where Kestrel pointed it through.
Oh, got a little tripped up there. It looks like there was a branch or something there that maybe he couldn't see from where he was skiing, but still on his feet, still cooking. He's going to pin it to the bottom. That was a fun run to watch.
Definitely a fun run. That exit through that chute may not have been exactly what he wanted, but the top, what a save.
That was so fun. Ryman really putting on a show.
Entertaining run for sure. Ryman out of Sun Valley, Idaho. Which actually isn't all that far from here, I don't think. It's a little bit south and over. You always think things are closer than they are, you know what I mean?
Until you get in the car and start driving. And
yeah, you're like,
wait
I
a
thought it was close. 8 hours later.
We are almost done with our ski women. We have 2, maybe 3 more skiers because it looks like one of our original skiers might be competing at the end. But our next athlete is going to be Kayla Constantini, the Canadian rider.
Constantini,
excuse me, Kayla. Coming to you from Whistler, BC, out of the Whistler Freeride Club as well.
She is a Giro rider as well. She came in first place at the Kicking Horse 2-star, second at the 4-star, and third at both the Revy and 2 and 4-star events. So she is no stranger to the podium.
Here she comes. Going to make some nice strong turns and head to her first feature. Looks like she's lining up that waterfall maybe off to that.
Yeah, she's right above that little
section
waterfall cliff zone that we've been talking about throughout this competition. Let's see how she handles it. Oh, I just got the backstop. Yeah, it's taken another one. That one is really, really hungry today, that feature.
that one is. But we got a head tap from Kayla, so we know she's okay, safe.
All right, so we are about, I'd say we're about halfway through. We're almost to the finish of the ski men and the ski women. Next up, we're going to be, well, actually, we've got quite a few ski men left. So what will happen with the dual panel?
Correct.
Is we're going to continue on with the ski men. The ski women category is almost finished, and we're going to start switching to snowboard men. So ski men and snowboard men will be going back and forth, and as soon as the snowboard men finish, we'll be queuing up the snowboard women. And speaking of queuing up, we are going to go to commercial, and we will be back with you before you know it.
There's nothing like that click. That moment where everything just falls into place. Where movements become muscle memory. And control feels like freedom. Every version of yourself echoing, teaching you, pushing you to that point. The moment you know you're exactly where you're meant to be.
Something golden, found a light on a hill. I was waking up, looking for peace in a world that's divided. Gotta hold on tight when you find it. I was turning around, I was waking up. You're pulling me right in, rotate till you again. I'll live the rest of my life by your side. I wanna stay here forever.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here in Whitewater in Nelson, British Columbia for the first round of the 2026 IFSA FWT Challenger Series by Orage. As I said, it's the first of 3 events, and I think we're doing quite well so far.
We're about halfway through the field, I'd say. We're still on our skiers, and I'm so excited to see what our snowboarders are going to do at this venue. It's a little bit of a different style with the snowboarders, and I'm really excited to see as we finish off our skiers and jump into them. But we're getting ready for our next athlete to drop in, and we will be heading back to a ski man on panel A. Dual panel, the action never stops.
Dropping in. Oh, getting a little air off the cornice. I don't know if this is starting his judging yet. Usually they get through and give a little alert. Look at that! Look at that image. The sun shining with the snow flying as he's coming into this cliff section. Oh no! Stay on your feet. Oh goodness!
Losing the shoe, unfortunately, both of them. But we got the head tap from Sebastian.
Tap.
He is okay.
Holy cow.
Gonna grab his skis. They're not too far from him, so hopefully he can grab them. But yeah, head tap indicating he's safe, he's okay. Started off so strong, and then unfortunately just didn't quite hold on.
He definitely had a plan in mind. Definitely had a plan in mind. Like, that was a really aggressive, I guess, angle. And how, like I said before, like the conditions, it's different for every rider. You know, with different light, different quality of snow. Obviously, it depends on where you ride. But he had a really, really cool line picked out there. Couldn't quite pick it off. We've had a lot of that today. Do you find that, say, through the Challenger events or qualifier events, say versus Freeride World Tour, you find there are more crashes because riders are going for it more, or are there less, or is that even a thing? It's just kind of per event.
It's so per event. It's so hard to kind of see what's happening and what's going on. The conditions are a bit tougher. It was seeming to be rather hard pack and pretty bulletproof when we originally got here about a week ago, and then we had some fresh snowfall, so I think that did help to soften it up, but unfortunately I think it's also making it rather inconsistent, and that's where athletes are getting a little tripped up, is they're not quite sure what to expect when they're landing, and that's contributing to some of these crashes that we're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see it is a beautiful blue day. It is really, really, it wasn't bad when we got here, but it's just improving as the day goes on. And it looked really, you can see there's a little bit of wind blowing at the top there. You can see those flags flying on the screen there. And you actually saw it at the start of his run as he was just about to drop into the cornice, all that snow being picked up and blown into the sunlight, which actually looked beautiful. That's what you want on a comp like this. You want to have those clear, beautiful blue days. And, you know, sometimes they are hard to come by. Looking at the Freeride World Tour this year, they had some challenges getting a few events off. So we are so excited to be here today on a day like this. A little bit of fresh snow for a reset. The conditions underneath that fresh snow are actually pretty decent. You know, we've had some really great runs. We've had some challenging runs. We've had some crashes. That's all part of freeride, isn't it?
That is part of freeride. It really just is the nature of the sport. It's such an uncontrolled environment, and I think that's something that really sets it apart from slopestyle or halfpipe is, you know, those are groomed. They're tailored to the athletes, and this is really just, hey, here's this mountain face. Let's see what you can do on it, and that's just this really beautiful blend of technique and strong skiing, but it has that component, that freestyle element to it. So what a beautiful blend of skiing we're getting to see from these athletes today.
Absolutely. So, and like we said, we're here at Whitewater Resort. It's a really cool spot. Like we were saying, I love the fact that there is no Wi-Fi here. I love the fact that there is no cell service here. You know, right back to basics, right? Knowing that you can't use your phone. Like, how many of us are addicted to our phones? Picking it up, checking the IFSA Instagram account, checking the FWT Instagram account. Right? You go to reach for it, you're like, oh, actually, I don't have to. It's actually kind of nice. We got our radios in order to communicate with everybody, so it's really, really nice. And obviously, you're probably wondering why we're here on the freeskiing.com website. We've got some Starlink satellite Wi-Fi. So we're heading into bib number 54, Elsa McAllister.
Our ski female coming to you from panel B. Elsa McAllister coming out of Tahoe from Sugar Bowl, representing Tahoe Freeride, and she is dropping and showing off some style right off the bat. Those little pops, strong turns, holding onto that edge as she is navigating exactly where she wants to go. Beautiful turns. Looks like she's lining up for this waterfall here, maybe. I'm so excited to see what she's going to do with it. We have not seen a lot of success here, so really hoping for Elsa taking a smaller chunk, but I think that was a really smart move here.
Yeah.
It's been such a heartbreaker, so good decision making here.
A little bit off the side there. Instead of taking it fall line where we've had a lot of trouble, she just kind of took it off to the side of that little feature where the slough hasn't been piling up.
And that's what we were talking about with it's the same feature, but you can take it different ways, and that's what we call scaling, is that will be worth less in line score, but it was successful, and that's more important to do something smaller and successful than big and unsuccessful. So I think that was really calculated, intentional riding out of Elsa in that top section. And really fun, the way she had those little bops and turns, she just came out really aggressive and smart, and I'm excited to see what the rest of her run has. I'm sure she's taking this minute to take a deep breath, make some turns, and really get geared up for the second section of the venue.
Absolutely. And so she is no stranger to freeride events as she's cruising into this section. Oh, slashing a turn on that spine. Very, very steep in this little section. It may not look so on the television broadcast, but these are really, really steep chutes right through the middle here. So she's kind of cutting across above a couple big mandatory airs.
Oh yeah, it looks like she is getting ready to throw down here.
Yeah, she's getting into some really consequential terrain here. I don't think I've seen any of the ski women cruise through this line yet. Let's see what she can do. She has a first at a Kirkwood 2-star, a 4-star, as she's on top of this spine above a big fat cliff. Come on, Elsa.
Little bucked. Oh, it looked like she was maybe going to hold it on.
Wow, good, huge points for going through that zone. The only ski woman we've seen take that line so far. She's on her skis. Maybe a little deduction for the landing, but you got to be happy with that. What an impressive run from Elsa McAllister. EMAC is what she likes to be called.
She's just skiing like she's so brave. She came in charging really hard. Again, going to that section of the venue, haven't seen other ski women go. Just really brave skiing out of Elsa. It's so fun to see these women take it to the next level.
All right, we've got another rider dropping. They're coming in hot. So Elsa McAllister has a first in Snowbird, a 2-star, a first at a 4-star in Kirkwood. And I think on course, I think we might have Skylar Koff.
All right, dropping in the super steep. You could just see the way his body's lined up. It's so steep, he's pointing it off.
Oh, looks like he may have just clipped that rock on the landing. And look where the sun is shining. Oh, goodness. Keep your wits about you, my man.
Self-arrest, and it looks like he's come to a stop, looking for the head tap.
Just give him a second to control himself. That was a little scary. He's probably a little shaken up. Okay, there's the head tap we need. Get your bearings together. That was a tough crash, but I'm glad he's doing okay. As he heads on to get his ski.
Luckily, his gear didn't go too far from him, so it should be a quick retrieval. He's got a ski and a pole up there he's going to go grab. But yeah, that was intense. Again, these conditions are not very forgiving today. We've seen a lot of athletes go down. Just, I think getting from top to bottom today is definitely an accomplishment.
So we'll just give him a moment or so to get his get his things collected. I think he's going to hike up and get his pole there. So there are mandatory equipment requirements for these riders.
There are, and in all freeride competitions, the IFSA, it is helmet and back protector always required. But at this specific event, it was beacon shovel probe as well. They're in terrain that is technically not quite inbound, so really making sure that they're prepared for that next step of free riding, which is unpredictable. We're in unpredictable conditions, and that's just part of the safety, is having the gear to be there. And so while we wait for Skylar to ski down, we're going to give you a little chat about kind of how the Challenger Series works. So
good call, because I'm sure a lot of you haven't really seen this from the beginning. So if you haven't yet, my name's Mark Warner. I am the host of the Free Ride Guide podcast, which is like sports radio for free ride competitions. And I'm here with my co-host.
My name is Rachel Shannon. I work for the IFSA, and so excited to be here and just chit-chat about freeriding a little bit. There's a lot of stuff to talk about. And yeah, as you were saying, the way the Challenger Series works. So we have a total of 79 riders today. And a good section of these riders have qualified through the IFSA series. They're going to events from the 1-star level to the 4-star, which is more competitive, earning more points in those higher level competitions to be invited to the Challenger Series.
So basically, you're going to do as many events as you can, collect as many points as you can.
And the top 3 events will count. So say you do 5 events, they'll take your best 3, and those points are what will qualify you to be here.
And then will 4-star points be worth more than 2-star points, or you'll collect more points for 4 stars than you will for 2 stars?
Yes. However, first place in a 2-star is going to be worth more than a 12th place in a 4-star. So while they're all scaled up based on their star level, it really is those top tier athletes that are doing well that are going to be able to get more points and go up to this Challenger Series.
Okay, there you go. So the Challenger Circuit, as we mentioned before, is the final obstacle for the freeride competitors to make it to the Freeride World Tour. It's basically a playoff. Freeride World Tour athletes that were on tour this year that got cut, that missed the cut, get relegated to the Challenger Series. All of those riders that are going through the qualifiers make it to the Challengers, and it's basically a 3-round playoff.
But we are back with action. Our next bib is bib 48. So Michaela Shea Willis. She unfortunately did not make her start originally, so they ran her at the end of Ski Women. So
Michaela Willis.
Her start in.
Yeah, Michaela. So we got confused with her earlier on in the event, so we're ready to get with her now. Park City, Utah. Michaela Shea Willis. I met her on the chairlift the other day with her coach, Oakley White Allen. Looking at where she's going to drop in, and here we go. Nice little air, and you can see how much speed she picked up so quickly. You can't really tell as much just looking at it, but that is a really, really steep face right below that cornice.
And really smooth turn into that second one. I really like the way she linked that. It was, even though it was a smaller air, it was really fluid. And again, fluidity is a category these athletes are being scored on. So she's showing off that she is smooth. She is going to keep it grooving, and that is what we want to see.
All right, as she makes her way down through this little transition
Traverse zone, little airplane turn as she lines up this cliff below her here. You see that water cascading off the snow cascading off like water. Oh, it looks like she got caught in a little bit of a hole off the side there. But skis on, back on course, working her way through the chute.
Making some turns here, really navigating exactly what tree she's pointing to, which I'm sure is not easy to do.
So she is currently in that zone that we just saw.
She's making her way, hiding behind the trees here for us a little bit, but we can see her poking out. And I just can't even imagine the maze it is here. All these trees look the same. Really hard to separate. All right, I'm heading towards this pine tree and not this one. It's so impressive to see the navigational skills that go into picking out a line. Lining it up here. Looks like she's either going to go for an air or maybe one of these little chutes around. I think she's just really trying to dial up exactly where she wants to go, which is so important to be specific.
Yeah, nice little cross-court air off of that feature down below, and then let's keep some nice strong turns as we roll out the apron here. Controlling her speed, keeping over her feet, right through some of this, right where she is right there. There's actually some old debris from earlier in the week.
that the riders were given the attention for. She's, as you can see, she just skied by a really big chunk. So that's where the good light comes in handy today, especially in this section, because there's a lot of chunks and roller balls from earlier in the week. We had some wet weather and a little bit of natural sloughing. And a lot of that debris is deposited just underneath that fresh snow. So very, very careful, smart skiing over on that looker's right, skier's left side of the apron.
A big smile on her face at the bottom, so I'm sure she's proud of herself. Again, it's just such an accomplishment to get from the top to the bottom of such gnarly terrain. So exciting to see the athletes come down safe and happy and in one piece and just stoked on freeride. It's something we love to see. And we're going to head back up to the top. Bib number 30, Josh Bull, coming to you from Sierra at Tahoe. Getting ready to drop in. And here he comes, our Tahoe rider. Nice big turns there. Picking out exactly where he wants to go. Tapping that bush, catching some air. Oh, no. Looks like he got a little rolled over, a little caught. He's going to pull himself together, turn around, and spin out of it like nothing happened.
With the successful revert, back on course.
Back on his feet, just going to keep cruising.
Now is his chance to make up for that top section. I'm sure he'll be gunning for it. And it's great because you have that moment right now to collect himself mentally. Take a couple deep breaths. Get ready and prepared so you can attack the second half of your run exactly how you want it to go.
And, you know, I think seeing the number of athletes that have had control issues so far is really a telltale of how difficult the conditions are today. I'd say this is a higher number of crashes and little control issues that we've seen, so I think it's really showing that these are not easy conditions. We've also seen significantly less freestyle maneuvers, which again shows that it's harder to fight your way through the snow they're working in right now, but Josh is making good use of this section of the terrain.
All right, picking his way through the trees here. And now he's carving back, and he's going to be working his way into that kind of broke neck area, just to the other side of it.
Really smooth turns out of him, though. Even though he's kind of picking it off section by section, you can really see where he's linking them together, how strong his skiing is. Biting off something here, lining it up.
So he's going into this kind of middle cliff zone. It's I'd say a good 15 to 20 footer, mandatory exit. Here we go, and stomp. Stay on your feet, carving out the bottom. Great finish. That's what they tell you, right? Finish strong. Doesn't matter what happens, finish strong. He's going to be happy with the way he finished that run.
Really just keeping moving is such an important piece in this game, and Josh did a really good job of showing that off. That, you know, even if your plan isn't going as you originally intended, you got to think on the fly, you got to make it happen. So deep breaths out of Josh. I'm sure he's a little thrown off by that one, but seeing very grateful to be at the bottom, all in one piece, pulls in the air, going to take a deep breath and let that be his first challenger run.
Adjust and adapt. Adjust and adapt.
It's all a learning process. You know, every event, all these athletes are coming out of it with a new experience and something they can apply as they move forward in their competitions.
Right, as we said, this is only the first of 3 Challenger Series events, and you're judged on 2 of the 3.
And so we are going to head back to the top. Panel B is now going to transition from the ski women to the snowboard men. So we're still going to run dual panel, but ski women have completed, so we are now rolling into snowboard men. Our judges are getting ready to drop Holden Samuels from the U.S.
Free ride World Tour athlete, former World Tour athlete, Holden Samuels. He was second in the overall Challenger Series, which got him to the Freeride World Tour in the first place. He was on there for a couple years. He had a second in Kicking Horse. He had a third in Bakira Barrette in this season.
Growing up on the Big Sky Freeride team, now riding out of Salt Lake City.
Holden is a really, really strong technical rider. He
through his freeride World Tour career, right off this waterfall cliff, right backseat, but he managed to wheelie out of it. We were talking about Holden earlier in his freeride World Tour career. He was kind of going a little bit, maybe 10% more than he needed to. He can absolutely fly on a snowboard. He's got tricks, he's got big airs, and he's got great control. Look at that pow carve.
So cruisy to watch.
What I was telling you earlier, I love that
snowboarders.
stuff. I love watching Holden ride. And a couple of years ago, he realized maybe I just need to dial it back 10%. And he did that, and he started absolutely lacing his runs. He is one of the best snowboarders in the world. Unfortunately, got cut from the tour this year due to some cancellations. He didn't really get a chance to put down all of his runs. So that's why he's here, to prove himself, get his spot back on the tour. As you see him carving through into the trees, through the sunshine. He got some speed. Like I said, very, very controlled on his board.
Yeah, that was a really fun middle air that we saw from him too. Really smooth, making it look really easy in conditions that we said are certainly not. So Holden is just showing us that cruisy, surfy style and setting the tone for our snowboarders today.
So he's working his way through this tree section. Looking for his feature. He's going to pop off of this. Coming out through the chute. Nice speed, carving around those trees there. And working his way back down onto the apron.
Really balanced through his riding too. Solid turns. Riding at Snowbird right now this season, so you know he's no stranger to the steeps and the exposure. He's got good terrain he's been riding on and going to cruise into the bottom with a successful run. That was really fun to watch.
Great start for snowboard men from Holden Samuels out of the USA. All right, so we're heading back up to start number 1.
And we have Noel Medrano dropping in right now. Noel is from Argentina, our South American skier.
And this is where the dual panel really becomes interesting, because you're always so used to watching ski men, ski women, snowboard men, ski women all at the one time. Whereas now we're going back from snowboard men to ski men, and we're going to be able to go back and forth between the categories, not necessarily to speed up the event. It's actually going to make things a little interesting for those watching on freeskier.com. So Noel's, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, what an express way to get through a competition too, really keeping it firing. And yep, we can see Noel lining up here on the ridge, getting ready to come in. Oop, looks like he's going a little further maybe.
Working his way, I think, down past Westy's entrance to a zone called Benny's, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like there's some really fun features. We've seen a lot of the riders come a little, so on your screen, down bottom left, we've seen them come kind of diagonally. He's ready to go.
And so this is where his run will actually start. He was making his way down, but this is where the judges are really going to fire on and watch his line.
Yeah, he lets them know, hey, I'm ready to be judged now. I'm dropping in. So they're not being judged on the route down the cornice. Excuse me. So as you can see how steep it is, he's taking his time. He's got a big double lined up, it looks like here.
Really being super particular with where he wants to take off, which in today's conditions I think is a very wise choice.
And finds a nice little chute exit out of there. Little airplane turn around that next little rock, and solid turn back onto his skis down into, I guess, the top section, or the beginning section of that traverse. Basically cut off a good zone of the traverse. So he heads a little bit more fall line into this lower section of trees and cliffs.
Cruising through here, making some really nice turns. I'm so interested to know how the conditions are right there, where it looks really smooth in that section, but it's really hard to tell from the screen. But Noel is making it look really smooth, really intentional with where he's turning.
Skiing out of Ski Club Bariloche, Argentina.
They have some pretty proper terrain down in Argentina. I got to go this year, and it was just such a gorgeous place. Beautiful culture, a lot of fun to watch. Noel taking a nice big chunk there. Little bobble, but still so consistent in his landing. That was awesome.
It is so important to make sure there are no mistakes through this section. There are several airs into this tree zone. And you have to be on your skis right away because it is high consequence. Not only are there cliffs below you, but you don't want to lose your ski or get bucked and then fly into a tree. So he's working over just where we saw Holden. There's a little air right here. Boom, pop, onto his skis, riding out through this bottom exit. This little brook next to you. Oh, with a fun little air off that lip that we haven't seen yet. Everybody seems to be cutting across into the apron. He found a fun little feature that we haven't seen anybody hit yet, and now he's cutting into the apron just a little bit lower. So he found himself a new feature that nobody else has seen yet. Oh, stay on your feet, bud. And he does. All right, and you know what? It's great to see so many Argentinian and Chilean riders that have really, like the programs down there are really starting to spit out good riders. They're really starting to develop the culture down there, and we're going to be seeing them more and more. In the last 3 years, 4 or 5 years ago, you'd never see a Chilean or Argentinian rider, very rarely. And now they're very, very common.
Yeah, Freeride Chile and Freeride Argentina are really picking up their series. But we are back panel B, snowboard men. Mitchell Davern coming to you from New Zealand out of the Cardrona Treble Cone area down in Wanaka. Lining up where he wants to drop in. Waving his arms, letting us know he is ready to go. Let's see what Mitchell has in store. Bopping in, heel side edge, linking some turns.
Looking really smooth. Oh, smashing a little pow. That's, like I said, it's my favorite thing. I love freeride, but if anybody can get white roomed, get a face shot, I'm all for it.
We've seen a good handful of fresh turns this comp, too, which is always exciting to see these athletes bite a little chunk off that hasn't been touched yet.
So as Mitchell makes his way across this traverse zone into the next, I guess, consequential section, we're just going to watch him take some beautiful turns in the sunshine. That's got to be good for a rider. Hey, when you get conditions like this, you know, during the qualifiers and sometimes in the challengers, you basically get what you get, and you have to adapt. But it's so nice to be able to get a comp with some fresh snow, some good light.
Getting lucky and it lines up. Mitchell's taking another bite off there, nice and smooth and cruisy. Little bops as he skis out of it.
Through this chute, staying really in control as he's able to cut back through this little shelf. Under the cliff, a lot of the ski men had hit. And he's just above one of those main chutes. That kind of difficult chute that people were kind of, it's not a smooth exit.
It's really not, and it looks like he's really a little bit of hesitation here, but I think it's for a good reason. I think he's really trying to be dialed with where he's putting his board. It's not
a smooth exit. We saw Kestrel straight line this chute, but as you can see, there's a lot going on there. It's has very steep sides, but he's managed to get over to the steep side into this next little zone here, right above this mandatory air. I'd say it's a good 10, 15 feet. Lining up, ready for it. Pick your spot. Send it. Oh, perfect.
Beautiful.
Absolutely. Just lace that. It's exactly what he would have wanted to do.
Worth the wait, too. It's so exciting to see an athlete make a really calculated decision like that. You know, I think it is worth maybe that little bit of a fluidity dock to make sure that you're pinning it straight and that you're going to land your feature.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, if you need to sacrifice one little part in order to succeed for something that's going to give you more,
it's worth it. So
smart riding. Absolutely smart riding from Mitchell.
Strong start to our snowboard men right now.
From Corona Treble Cone for the Kiwi.
We are heading back up top to our ski men. We have Holden Way dropping in next.
For ski men.
And he is heading down the ridge line.
Holden Way, Frosty he likes to be called.
Coming to you from Salt Lake City and also, from Victor, Idaho, Grand Targhee. Holden picking out exactly where he wants to go here. So many branches that could try to grab you, but really smooth exit there. Strong turn, deep in on his edges. Grab a little air there too as he bops over that feature. all those features, again, are contributing towards their line score. So any section that they can bite off, whether it's a chute or a...
He's getting everybody fired up here.
Yeah, he is stoked to be skiing.
Is his airbag hanging out of his backpack?
You know, I can't quite tell from this, but it looks like there's something maybe flopping around a little bit there.
Yeah, there's something hanging out of his bag. I don't know, maybe his pocket, his zipper's open. We'll have to see when he gets down to the bottom.
Doesn't look like it's causing him too much drag as he is still cruising. Trying to figure out exactly where he wants to go here. Yep, biting it off. Techie entrances here. Just really going from one to another. Nice and smooth. Strong skiing out of Holden. Heading into this section here, depending on where he goes, there's a lot of mandatory errors here. Little hesitation with where he lines it up, but again, on a day like today, it's so important to be calculated with where these skiers are going. It looks like he's heading into this mandatory section. No way out but air from here. Gonna pin it. Wheel.
Oh, God. See, you can see underneath there. It's really, really tricky. Not a smooth exit.
Especially, it looks a little more chopped up now that we've had a handful of athletes come through, so I think that definitely contributes to the spicier landing. But Holden Way successfully made it to the bottom, which again, exciting to see athletes come down safe and in one piece. And Holden is going to cruise to the finish corral. All right, next we have snowboard man
Mr.
Warren Doyle will be dropping in.
Doyle, former free ride World Tour rider in 2024 and this year in 2026. So he has been on the tour and then made his way back, and he has done this once before. He knows what it takes. He's going to do it again. Warren Doyle skiing out of Fort Collins, Colorado in Bridger Bowl. Oh, great 360.
Oh, unfortunately getting a little caught up in his landing, but still keeping it going, back on his feet.
And that's one thing we haven't really seen a lot of today, is not a lot of freestyle.
And I think that's, again, telling of the conditions are not very forgiving. Athletes don't really want to risk it, but
nice method coming across there.
there.
Like, this is why he's been on the tour twice, because he knows, as we were saying before, how are you going to stand apart? How are you going to set yourself out, like, basically stand out from the rest on the mundane areas of the course, right? What can he do? He's already thrown a 360. Big method in a zone that anybody could hit there.
Really, just, yeah, that level of creativity is really... Ooh,
another little, looked like almost like a little butter kind of 360 off the top there.
Taking it super smooth, catching some more air, really being so playful with that style component.
Yeah, so he's shown a lot more, like you said, playful maneuvers than almost everybody we've seen today. He knows the more air you get, the more fun you're going to have, the more grabs, more tweaks, more pops, more shifties, more spins. That's just going to add to your line score, which you explained earlier in the event.
And, you know, it's engaging for us to watch when athletes do that, but I'm sure it's more engaging for them. Like, ooh, I'm going to pop here, I'm going to grab here, and it just really fuels their fire to keep delivering that type of riding.
And you know what? That's how a lot of these riders ride normally. Like, they're going to just ski and find a hit and find a feature and just pop off it. Like right there at the bottom in the middle of nowhere, nobody's hit that. I'm going to find a natural roll of the hill. I'm going to pop off it because it's going to make people look like I know what I'm doing for the points, which he does. Warren Doyle
set out to fly, and he really did just that. Creative, smooth,
so
fun
that shows
riding.
you the mindset that gets you onto the tour, which he's done twice, and he has just shown he absolutely wants to get back. Yeah, great run. Really playful, really fun. I'd like to see a little bit more of that coming up through the rest of this event, but we will see. And as you said, the conditions and the terrain dictate whether that's possible.
And it's interesting because I know a lot of these athletes have the tricks, they have the backflips and the spins, but to watch them tone it down and not deliver that today is just telling that they're trying to be more calculated and consistent with their riding and skiing.
All right, next up we have Hans Weiner. That's how you pronounce his name, ladies and gentlemen. ski men, we've got bib number 10 as he works his way down the cornice line. This isn't the start of his run yet. He'll alert the judges.
And fun watching all the athletes kind of step back onto the ridge line after he passed, just showing everyone.
Oh, big 360 off the top. Let's get this camera catch him. Where are we? Here we are. Big 360 off the top. We didn't see his landing there.
But setting the tone for something spicy coming up here. I feel that he's really going to throw down. He's got the tricks, and let's see if he uses them today.
All right, so he's coming down into this tree section here. He's working his way right above that cliff that a lot of the earlier ski men have, but we haven't seen in a while. Boom. Oh, little tough. He kind of took the same angle as Lachlan, maybe not quite as cross-court, but that fall line through that air has taken a lot of people down today. A lot of hips hitting the ground. As he works his way into this little chute section, kind of curves in his way around the side onto the top of that spine, getting a little gnarly. There's a little air out of here and then another big air out, so you could turn it into a big double if he can make his way from here down onto the shelf, holding on, get that tree to keep you from getting too far away from yourself. Yeah, so working his way onto the shelf. Oh, looks like he did a little like jump turn, airplane turn.
A lot of strength it takes to get through what he just did.
Yeah, absolutely. Tons of leg strength. He basically just billy-goated down that whole section, which we've seen a lot of people will take you, like basically gravity will take you and pull you off it in a zone where you kind of want to just point your skis and go and hold on. But he just basically billy-goated his way down through that whole section.
And I think that's something we're seeing at a freeride now, too, is these athletes are taking it more seriously as a sport. They're going to the gym. They're doing the workouts that it needs to build the strength to do this type of riding and do it really successfully. So cool to see all these athletes take it to the next level. Got a big smile on his face. So I don't know if that was exactly his plan, but he seems to be content with the success behind it. And
that was kind of a hybrid run. So in the last 4 or 5 years, you've really seen an emergence of freestyle within these freeride competitions. You know, you've seen the emergence of double backflips, a lot more backflips, cork spins, 720s, right? Whereas, like 5-10 years ago, you're seeing maybe a backflip, right? And then a lot of straight lining, a lot of billy goating, a lot of like really gnar skiing through technical zones. So on course right now, we've got Bradley Lamoureux from the USA in snowboard men.
coming to you from Wolf Creek, Colorado rider getting ready to show off his snowboarding. Can't quite see him behind the ridge right now, but he's going to pop out any second and start his run. There he is. We've got eyes on Bradley.
So we see this top zone approached a few different ways. So down on the bottom of those little rock fingers that you see, riders will come across and kind of hit that as a double skiing diagonal. Right now we're seeing Bradley hit it from the top, go a little bit more fall line. I'd like to see, and you see all the riders creeping up to the edge to watch him drop in. One, here we go. Are we going to hit the second one? Two.
Oh, so
nice
smooth,
line.
yeah.
So he still hit it as a double, but a little bit more fall line than a lot of the other riders.
Angle, yeah. And again, that goes into the
and
scaling.
a face shot. Thank you. Got to call that one out.
That goes into the scaling. The judges know it is more difficult to take that fall line than to take it cross court. So even though there are athletes that are hitting the same feature, they're taking it differently, and that will show up in their score.
Absolutely.
Going to take some cruisy turns here. Enjoy this moment to breathe, I'm sure, as he makes his way into this second section of the venue.
Exactly. He's got to be feeling good right now because that was a successful top section of this course. So there's two different mindsets. You don't do as great as you wanted to at the top, so you need to get set up and prepared and ready for the lower section. Or you just hit a great top section and you got a little bit more loose coming through, a little bit more happy, a little bit more confident, maybe not as tight. So as he cruises back towards some of our, so he's actually right. Oh, nice air right above through that little section. We haven't really seen anybody kind of cruise through there. Slashing a little pow turn right into the pierogi section.
Cooking up
of
some dinner here, Bradley.
cooking up
is.
some dinner. Yeah, some pierogies.
Getting hungry, I can feel it.
I love it. Maybe that's got to be on the menu for us this week. As he's cruising through the right side of this kind of broke neck section, there's a little air. That's the air. He just passed the air that Holden went off of. And it looks like he's cutting back towards skier's rider's left side. And there's a mandatory air below him. Let's see if he cuts back and hits it or if he's going to cruise around and underneath.
Oh, I love that little hop turn being super techy. In the steep section, gosh, it just looks so steep.
There he is. Boom. Found his way around the corner, right off the top, or right off the bottom of that final cliff. We actually haven't seen anybody hit it from that zone, or from that angle as well. So he kind of took his time to get through and be able to take that techie turn so he has the right angle to be able to drop that cliff. Great job. Great job from Bradley Lamoureux.
Our snowboard men are just putting down some really successful runs so far.
Absolutely.
It's really fun to watch.
Absolutely.
And ski men back on course. Dante Ganaka.
Dante Hinaka
Excuse me.
from Argentina. Skiing with intention right now. Oh, pardon me. Dante, yeah.
Ginaka.
So we're just making sure. So we talked to he's into the waterfall section. We'll get to it in a moment. Stay on your feet. Yeah,
Oh,
see, he
nice.
managed to get through it. So as you see, basically that slough is throwing everybody into their back seat. He wheelies out of it, hands in the air. I'd say that was one of the more clean exits from that section today.
It swallowed so many people whole, so to see someone do it successfully, even if there was a little bit of a wheelie out, I'd say is definitely an accomplishment. Coming to you from Cerro Bayo in Argentina. He wants to give a shout out to Head, which we love to see on the skis.
Head Tyroli, one of the sponsors of the Challenger Series.
He was the 2-time South American champion as well. Dante is going to make smooth work of this tree section here.
Dante was actually in Andorra this year for the very first ever FIS Freeride World Championships, and came in 7th place
Coming
overall.
in with a huge air there,
And
taking
that's-
it to his feet.
And that's why he's able to place in the World Championships by producing a run like that and an air onto his feet. So that's two big features that he's been able to stay up on his feet as he gets into this brand new super gnarly techie zone.
Coming in through that chute here, really trying to pin it out, and there it is, that smooth fluidity. You really got to point it and ski. Point the skis and go is the motto through there, and Dante did just that.
So that was that tricky chute with that high snow wall on the skier's right side that a lot of the riders were kind of getting stuck on.
Yep.
And he looks like he came into it and actually rode that wall instead of like trying to avoid it. He actually went on top and utilized it in order to get through that chute nice and smooth. What a great run from Dante.
And it's so fun to watch so many athletes take similar sections, but watch how they all have their own spin on it. It's really just shows the creativity behind freeriding.
All right, we're coming at you hot and heavy right now. Back to snowboard men. Dropping in on course is Jeremy Allaire from Canada.
And you know, Jeremy just came out of JFC's last year. He actually broke his snowboard at JFC, and it was just such a spectacle to watch. I'd never seen anything like it.
JFC.
Junior Freeride Championship.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mark. So he's coming out of the junior series, coming straight into challengers.
From Saint-Sauveur in Quebec. So he's right up, basically cruising his way down the Cornice Ridge towards Westie's entrance here. Oh, same zone that we just saw.
Bradley, but he actually took it from one more shelf up, which was really interesting. Bradley dropped it from the second, and Jeremy took all three. Got a little caught up after the first landing, but really keeping it together, nice and smooth, good balance.
Well, it looked like he was kind of shuffling down on his heel edge there. Looks like he may have had to put his hand down on that third step. Little bit of a control issue. We'll see how he turns it around here on the second half of this face.
Jeremy was also down competing in South America this year. I got to bump into him in Argentina, and just really exciting to hear his passion behind snowboarding and just watch him really trying to push himself to the next level. He's going to take a minute and breathe through this traverse, I'm sure. Make some turns here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be really heading into this next zone.
I'm sure Jeremy's getting ready to line up something in this bottom section here.
Getting set up for this second half of this big face. Working his way down right above the Lone Pine zone.
Hanging on tight as he makes his way exactly where he wants to go. Gonna pop out behind this tree in just a second. Eyes on Jeremy. Navigating through all of these trees.
A little revert right there to get where he wants to get on his toe side edge. As you can see how steep this area is, right above all this little cliff band, all these little airs, right above this little spine here. Let's see if he pops it off the front. How is he going to exit? Really nice.
Clean.
Nice
so
and clean.
balanced.
Nice and comfortable onto his heel side edge. And let's see what he does on this apron. See if he does kind of what Warren was doing. Finding little natural ridges or natural like terrain features to pop off of. There it is. Oh,
no.
Just got caught. So that's what I was talking about. So when we were mentioning earlier when Michaela went down, there's all this debris from earlier in the season, earlier in the week. And that's the first athlete to actually utilize that for a trick.
And next we have another ski man dropping in. Leaf Gascoigne getting ready to put some free riding down here at Whitewater.
From the Whistler Freeride Club. Getting started hot with a nice big cross-court air at the top here. Controlling his speed, hitting a second air right to bolts. Two really good features right at the start, and heading across that transition with some speed.
A smooth link between those two, which I feel like we haven't seen a lot of. There's been a little, control issues here and there between features, but he did a really good job of connecting those two nice and successfully. And fast. That was fast work of that top section, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Leaf coming into our tree section here. Gonna make a few more turns in this open bowl.
Right above, so this is the Lone Pine area. So kind of right from where he is right now, he has a lot of different options. He can go skiers left, and there's a nice little cliff band there, or you can go skiers left and cut back. Where he is right now.
Wow.
Oh, nice. So that's the same line that Lachlan hit at the very beginning. Lachlan's the first person to hit that middle cliff clean. So now we see Leaf picking his way through this lower section here of the broke neck trees. And there's a little air. So basically right where he's at now, most of the snowboarders have usually cut skiers right, or riders right. Now he's cutting riders left, right above this mandatory cliff. He's actually cruising into it with a little bit of speed, dropping it. Boom! Oh, goodness. And he just got backseat a little bit there. What a great run up until this point. He's back onto his skis, heading out. Big round of applause from the crowd. Putting everybody on notice.
Yeah, that was a proper section he bit off there. It was exciting to see the confidence behind it, even if it didn't go quite as he had planned. That's a proper chunk to bite off there.
Yeah, he went into that bottom feature a little bit more aggressively, quicker than most of the riders have hit that.
And these landings just look so tough to hold on to. We really have only seen a couple handfuls of successful big airs in this comp, which again I think is showing how tough it's been for these riders to really navigate what goes and what doesn't.
And that will definitely separate the best from the rest from today as well.
Another favorite coming up in snowboard men is going to be Tilden Woolley in Panel B for snowboarders up next.
Former Freeride World Tour athlete Tilden Woolley looking to get his place back. He was on the 2025 tour where he finished 5th in Val Thorens in France.
And he's coming to you from Truckee and Palisades Tahoe.
So for those of you watching on the live stream at freeskier.com, hi everyone, nice to see you. My name's Mark Warner. I'm with Rachel Shannon, and we're going to be here for all 3 Challenger Series events this season here in Whitewater. We've got the Kirkwood Restage in Kicking Horse, and then the Kicking Horse event itself coming up later this week. As Tilden Woolley is about to drop in from the ridge, there's the sign to start judging. Here we go. And nice work.
Oh, wow.
Big 360 off that spine. That's the first time we've seen that feature hit like that today.
That was so cool. Like, it almost looked like he was going to come off a little too back seat, but he just pulled it together, showing such clean tricks out of Tilden. That was really fun to watch.
Absolutely. He knew exactly what he was doing there. And the same thing we saw with Warren. Warren Doyle and Tilden, both on the Freeride World Tour, have right at the very start of their runs, have stood out from a lot of the rest of the riders with just some of the features they hit and the way they hit them. They're just kind of, they realize what they have to do. They have that experience, and they're showing it here now, both trying to get their way back to the FWT, earn their spots. As he works through this top section, great drone angle. Shout out to the drone pilots here today.
And our whole media team has just been working so hard to get this live stream going. It's so exciting to see how far the IFSA has come with bringing you this broadcast. And we're just so excited to watch Tilden line up his next section here.
So he's working through that steep section just to the rider's left of that Lone Pine chute. A nice techie jump turn there. He's going to come back, and I wonder, there's a couple cliff options here. He's going to go down through the spine, and then there's a nice little exit right to his feet. Great job from Tilden as he cruises over into the sunshine. Watch out through that hidden debris where you're over there.
You can see it, all the chunks that have still not quite been covered yet and definitely could trip someone up, but Tilden navigated that so beautifully.
But he's doing what I love. He's searching out the POW, which I absolutely love.
All right, and we're going to get ready to head back up as Tilden's going to catch his breath.
Catch his breath. He's got a big smile on his face. One of the nicest guys you'll meet. All right, who do we have next? Looks like we might have Ben Leifer out of the USA, Alta, Utah. So he's on course. Right above this little peppery zone. As you can see, it's quite steep. Making sure he's taken efforts to make sure he's on his skis. Right over into this little waterfall feature. And backseat, a little bit of a backslap, but right back onto his skis.
I think any landing there is a success, even with, that little bit of a backslap. Oh, going for the grab there.
There's the little shifty that we saw Warren hit with that big mute.
Ben also getting some style components going there. It's exciting to see the athletes throw in a little bit in that section, like we said, where a lot are just traversing across. That's really what's going to kind of separate them, is that flare.
This is a great angle here. You can see the start gate just above them on that peak. And you can really tell the scale of this face from one zone at the starting to this next zone where he's just approaching now.
And that contrast of where it gets so steep to going so flat to so steep again. It's really just complex terrain. Lining up a big air, but
right through that zone. He's on his feet. We got the head tap. Great job. A little bit scary. Decided to do a little pruning on his way down the mountain. We've seen, I'd say has about maybe a 35-40% success rate today. We've seen a lot of crashes. Now, this is going to be interesting because now, since he hit that tree, we have all this debris on the slope. So I personally don't know. Maybe you can tell me this as a former competitor. Will there now be a communique up to the athletes up top saying that there is debris in this specific section? Obviously, you can see both of the skis just hanging out above him there. But will there be a message shared with the athletes that say, hey, this is where he went and now there's a little bit of debris on the slope?
You know, Mark, that's a really good question, and I don't have a concrete answer for you there, but it's interesting because a lot of this debris looks like it's just tree branches, which aren't going to be as grabby as like a rock or something really significant in the middle. And honestly, tree branches are something that can put a little bit of definition into a landing. That's something I have done in the past, and coaches and I've seen other athletes do it, is toss some branches into a landing that looks really flat light. So that way they have a little definition of where the landing is. Again, this doesn't look like it's anything gnarly enough to really get in an athlete's way, so I don't have a complete answer for you whether they will communicate that back up or not.
Putting a boot pack into the landing may adjust it a little bit as well here. So glad that he's okay. But yeah, that's an interesting point. It actually may add a little bit of definition to that landing transition.
And while we wait for Ben to get his skis back on, we are going to head right back to you after just a moment. And we are back.
All right, do we have... Looks like we might have Charles Somerville on slope. Charles Somerville from Canada, from Fernie, just down the road.
Said he mainly got into freeride from an Instagram post.
I don't know what that means. We might have to ask him.
But it's so funny to see how all these different athletes got to where they are at this challenger level.
All right, working his way down the slope here. And it looks like he's heading over into this waterfall zone. We haven't seen a lot of snowboarders hit the waterfall zone. A lot of the skiers.
Coming in a little choppy, but
controlling
lining
his
it up.
speed. And we have the same result, it looks like, with the snowboarders as we did with the skiers. All that slough coming in and creating that uphill landing is really throwing people off.
And it's really interesting to see how much slough is still continuing this late in the season. Excuse me, this late in the competition.
That's where that 3 centimeters of fresh snow came in last night, I think. Really adds to that.
It is really just staying consistent with moving off that hit. But Charles is making his way across the traverse here.
So we just had one of the IFSA staff, Evan, come and give us a little fun tidbit. Start one, so there's 2 starts high up on the ridge there. Start one is at about 1,300 feet, basically elevate, I guess 1,300 feet from the finish line, I'm assuming he said. It's not 300 feet, 1,300 feet full elevation. But start 2 is 800 feet. We're going to, you know what, I'm going to get him over here and find out. Hey, Evan, You were telling us about the 1,300 feet. Is it the elevation or is it the distance from the base?
Elevation climbed gained.
Thank you. So all these riders have to hike up to the start gates.
And they did it twice today, too.
Full-on boot packing right up the face, right up the ridge. 1,300-foot elevation for start 1, 800 feet elevation for start 2. So they basically hiked a mile.
Charles
nice little side air off of that little feature there from Charles. And another fun little feature, just getting those extra points in.
Got a fresh turn there, too. We can see him kicking up the snow with his board.
As he works his way down the apron, right into the finish corral.
And dual panel, the action never stops. We're going to jump back up to the top for another ski man. Nathan Pruzan from the U.S. He's coming to you from Jackson Hole, out of the Jackson Hole Ski Club. Smooth turn off the top there.
Oops, some jump turns, taking his time to find out his exit. A little fun little like off-axis airplane turn sort of thing. Another little shifty. Really pushing his way and having a really playful run. Lots of little popping, lots of fun little airs.
And it wasn't the largest amplitude of what we've seen up there, but it was clean, and I think that's just so important today. Is, you know, I don't think today is the day to send your biggest trick or the biggest air. It's more just about what can you do with these conditions.
That's an excellent point that you just made. You don't necessarily need to be huge, but if you're clean, right, the more features you get, the better. The cleaner, the better. That was a great point.
And I think that's part of reading freeride, is knowing the days that you can go huge and the days that you have to dial it back, so that way you can complete a full top to bottom run.
Right to the conditions, right? That's
exactly
that's one of the. Well, here we go. Nice, huge backflip. He lands it.
Oh, and maybe I said
amazing.
too soon about not throwing down the tricks, because
Holy.
Nathan really put that to his feet. That was so fun.
We just saw Ben Leifer hit the tree in that exact spot, and we were wondering about what the landing's going to be like, and Nathan Pruzan just said, doesn't matter, I'm just going to backflip over all of it. As he cruises into this lower section, right into this mandatory air, lining it up, sending to bolts.
Wow.
That is the best landing transition of the day.
I think that's one of the stronger lines we've seen out of our ski man. And again, he started off the top, not with a ton of amplitude, but kept firing it up as he was going. So I think he was really just building that confidence, gaining it to just let it rip through the bottom
Absolutely.
section.
I think that was the most impressive move of the day, personally. Well done, well scoped. He hit that bottom cliff perfectly. That bottom cliff has, and what I was mentioning before, has the best landing out of all of the features on the mountain today. That's the most. That's the landing that most consistently has been successful for the riders today. So great line choice.
And next, we are back on course. Andy Mann, coming to you from Nelson, local to the area.
Yeah, Whitewater local. The action is just coming at us fast. We got to keep up here for you folks watching us here on Free Skier TV or freeskier.com, IFSA TV. So Andy working his way across the slope on his toe edge. Right below Weimer Peak.
Coming pretty slow here. I think he's trying to figure out exactly where he wants to go. We've seen a lot of athletes get tripped up, so it's important that they're taking off exactly where they want.
Lining up just adjacent to that waterfall feature.
Took a pretty small bite out of it, but it was clean. So
if you're watching this and you're wondering, that doesn't look like a waterfall. We started calling the waterfall feature because earlier in the event, nice little air off there, earlier in the event, a ton of slough would always cascade over that as the riders would go through. So that's what we're calling it today. And that's, I believe, lower bamboo zone.
Lower Bamboo, yes. Looking at our map there. So many different zones on this face here. Really complex terrain that we're seeing at Whitewater Resort. So cool to see them be able to provide such a strong venue to prepare these athletes for the next step.
Absolutely. Shout out to all of the cast and crew here at Whitewater, and as well on the IFSA to put this live stream on. As he works his way into this lower section, basically the second stage of this big face. Oh, nice little air. That's a great spot for an air because there's a really fantastic run out, which is lacking on this venue. The runouts really aren't that forgiving. We've seen a lot of people go down after features. You gotta be really, really strong on your edges. Skiers, snowboarders, you gotta be knowing exactly what you're doing, because if you're not, there have been some catastrophes.
Cruising some turns there. Fun to see him move that snow around. Picking up some nice sunshine at this part of the day, too. Always exciting to see the sun pop out. I wonder how the conditions have changed from the beginning of the day to now, too. If athletes are noticing a difference or not.
Yeah, that's a good point. How have the conditions changed throughout the day? The temperature doesn't seem to have changed much, but we are shaded. The sun hasn't been baking the face all day. It's been in and out with the clouds, which is great for consistency.
And catching another air here. Andy takes that one to his feet. That was really clean and smooth, and that is going to be a wrap as he cruises on into the finish corral.
Unless he hits one of these, hits an air off of one of these debris chunks.
Oh yeah, little air there.
The run doesn't end till you're through that corral.
You are right.
Next up, we have for the skiers, Tams Marvel from the USA. He's a series wild card here on the Challenger Series. So he got wild carded into the entire series, which was here and in Kicking Horse for two events. One is the Kirkwood restage, and he's coming through with some quick little turns, heading to this wind lip. A little bit over rotation on that backflip, but he knew exactly what he was doing. Kind of dropped away from it. Got a little bit bigger than I think he wanted to go.
I think so too. Putting his head Tyrolia skis to use too. We love to see it.
Keeping him on his feet. Got those dins working for him.
Oh yeah.
It's interesting because that looked like an absolute perfect takeoff. Obviously a little bit bigger. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of the riders visualize that as a place that they can go.
I think, yeah, and it's such a wide terrain in the beginning. Like, there's so many places you can drop in. 2 different starts. It's a long ridge line, so I think there's just so many options that it's spacing out exactly where people want to go.
Yeah, huge venue. And as we mentioned, some venues that we'll see, everybody gets funneled into the same place, and it's more of a who can do this feature the best. Whereas this venue, there's a huge variety. Oh, as he heads into that middle cliff and just gets caught up.
Unfortunately, losing a shoe a little bit above him, but it looks like he's going to make quick work to go grab it. We've got him on screen, hiking his other ski back up so he can clip back in and ski down.
And talking about the conditions, as you can see, it's quite windy up at the ridge line, and we're a little bit lower, a little sheltered, but it is windy here as well. Now, does that, as a rider, does that really play into or affect how you do your run? Say if you have a big air or something like that, are you thinking about, if I air this and it's super windy, or does it even matter?
I think it depends on where you are in the venue, because we can see the flags moving at the top right here, but it looks like once they drop in, maybe it is a little sheltered by the peak. Maybe it's not as windy on there, so I can't quite speak to exactly what's happening now, but I think the wind is something they are taking into consideration as they decide the scaling of how big they want to go.
Fair enough. Yeah, I know that has a lot to do with half pipe events, big air events, slope style. So I always wondered. I'll have to talk to some of the athletes and be like, "Hey, does this actually affect you in a freestyle, a free ride competition?"
I'm sure, all the conditions are playing a little bit of a factor here and how athletes are picking out their line and executing it. It's, like we said, really uncontrolled terrain. There's no groomer going in there. That we really just have our technical directors deciding, hey, this part's safe, this part's unsafe, and then it's really up to the athletes to decide what to make of that.
Right. So he's got his skis back on, and he's heading back towards the finish corral, having a little fun on the way. And it looks like next up we have another former FWT rider, Brian Stenerson. Brian Stenerson, as I mentioned, former Freeride World Tour rider from Kirkwood. Let's see what he can do, working his way down the ridge, finding his entrance point. He's not being judged until he drops in. He's going to let the judges know. Right there. Right on cue. Thank you, Brian.
Come in this super steep and techy part with a 360 there.
Perfect. A little higher up on that spine that we just saw Tams over-rotate that backflip. Another pop air. So this is very similar to that Warren Doyle run.
It is, showing right off the bat some freestyle element, giving a little bit more flair there too. Brian coming across to the traverse. He made quick use of that top section.
So same with Holden, same with Warren, same with Brian, former Freeride World Tour athletes. We've seen more just small airs, little features that you may not think much of, but I'm going to pop off this, I'm going to pop off that. They know that's what they needed to do, and that's what's been consistent with those three former FWT riders as he sends an air with the great mute grab. Oh, pardon me, safety grab. I think that's right. If I got it wrong, someone let me know afterwards. As he works his way down through the broke neck chute, lots of speed, great control so far. So we saw a lot of little hits, a lot of little mini features at the top. That great spin off the spine as he cruises into this next section. Let's see what he's got coming up here. Another little air. So he's coming around a little bit lower, like we saw a rider earlier on. See if he can find a feature to pop off of here at the bottom.
Coming in fast there at the bottom, really just pointing it and cruising, catching some little bops there. We love to see it.
Big smile on his face for the camera, saying hi to everybody. Good run from Brian.
It looks like I've seen a couple athletes with these clear lenses too, which really makes me think that the light was a little flat this morning, is maybe not as easy to navigate as it seems.
All right, we're back up to start one.
Tyler Curl coming at you next.
Tyler Curl out of Reno, Nevada. Long-time competitor on the qualifier circuit. All around good dude. As he comes in, making quick little turns. A nice little air at the top here.
Really locking in with where he's trying to go next.
Yeah, skiing with intention, right? He looks like he knows exactly where he's going. He's not wasting any time. Coming in hot into this little section here. Nice big air. Stomps.
Really clean out of that exit, too.
Well done. And then is he going to hit this? Yep. Going for a little mini iron cross, and then another little bop. I believe that was the waterfall that he hit nice and clean.
I think so, too. And it looks like he took a big chunk of it off, too.
Yeah, a little. Maybe that's the key, is a little bit bigger to get over that slough deposit, because he didn't backslap like we've seen almost everybody off that zone.
I think, yeah, he took a unique approach to that one that kind of saved him from some of that slough debris we were seeing earlier.
Yeah, really good start for Tyler as he cruises across the traverse here, right into this basically at the top of this lower section here, the second half.
A former OV-free Palisades Tahoe skier.
All right, so sorry to interrupt you. He's cruising right into this cliff section that we just saw Nathan Prusen backflip. We saw Ben hit the tree, dropping in. This is kind of this touchy landing. Oh, and he hit that right as well. So the zone he went in has been giving people trouble with their landing as well. But he's managed to lace that as well. So two tricky spots he's put right to his feet.
A lot of strength behind his skiing. You can tell that he's just ready to attack all of the airs that he's biting off.
So coming into this little chute, another big area. He hit that little nub bigger than most. A lot of people have been slowing down above that section.
He came in really fast to that one. It was fun to see the amplitude behind it with another 360.
A little 360?
Showing off that freestyle component.
In a spot that you wouldn't expect it. Nobody's really had. So we were saying he's finding his spots. What a great run. He's going to be happy with that one for sure.
Another grab there. He seems stoked. He's riding like he's stoked, and it's always fun to see that.
And it's amazing how you can see it. The smile on his face says it all. And it's amazing you can actually see it in the body language as they're riding. When riders are maybe a little bit tighter, maybe they're a little nervous, maybe they've just got the whole I guess, situation is kind of weighing on them. You can actually see a loose, easy rider who's having a good time versus one that might be a little bit more nervous, a little bit more stiff.
Yep, and everyone handles it so differently too. It's really interesting to see all their different techniques and how they manage it. And speaking of managing it, we are back up top. Panel B, another snowboard male, Nicholas Carroll, goes by Nick, coming to you from Hidden Valley, Missouri.
Missouri. Not a lot of ski hills in Missouri.
Not a lot of ski hills in Missouri. Let's see what Nick has in store for us. Getting ready to drop in off the ridge here.
He hasn't given the alert to the judges just yet. Finding his entrance spot. Hidden Valley, Missouri. I wonder if that's where the ranch dressing comes from.
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised.
And he finished in first place at the Las Leñas 4-Star in 2025. So.
And it's funny, that was actually this past season, which counts towards the 2026 rankings. So that first place at Las Leñas counted for this winter and definitely contributed to him being here today.
Right on. So here he is, creeping in and finding his spot right next to that little tree there. Just above this double that we've seen a lot of riders hit.
Grabbing a little air there. Trying to get his control back before the second one here.
A little cautious, but making sure he stays on his skis. And it is quite steep there, as you can tell.
Yeah, that whole top section is just really a sheer face. But Nick is making good use of this terrain here.
Little move off there, a little kind of wheelie out of that little drop as he makes his way across. Cautious riding from Nicholas. But cautious is safe.
Cautious is safe. And again, on a day like today, we've seen so many athletes go down. I think it is so important to really pick something they know they're going to land today.
You can see the sun kind of poking through there a little bit. Clouds in and out today. Perfect day for a free ride competition.
Perfect day for a free ride competition. We're so excited that everything lined up to be able to host this event.
I think we're kind of hovering around -3, -4 Celsius here, which is great. Yesterday, at the end of the day, we were riding. It was sun was out, and the snow started warming up quite a bit at the end of the day, which I was concerned about today. But that's not something we need to worry about because those clouds, as it looks like he just dropped in off of a little air there. We just missed it on the screen, but we can see from our position here across the valley as he's working his way through this chute. Coming back around behind these trees. And this is an interesting venue to film as well. You know, the crew here has really had to put a lot of energy because there's so many, it's such a big face and there's so many different nooks and crannies for these athletes to ride in that it's hard to make sure you're going to be able to get, as he airs off that little nose, to be able to get the right angle, to be able to see the rider wherever they are.
And yeah, it's such a maze in this venue too, so not only complex for the athletes to navigate, but also for the team to kind of decide where they're going to put their cameras and figure out the best way to showcase the skiing and riding.
But also know where the riders are going to go. Like, is he going right? Is he going left? Is he going into that chute, or is he going behind that tree to air that cliff? So, you know, that's definitely keeping these guys on their toes.
Absolutely. And Nick Carroll finished his run, taking a deep breath at the bottom. back up to the top.
We got Santiago de Pellegrin. Oh, goodness. Big air, lost his ski on landing, and a little bit of a tumble.
Oh.
Tap of the head. He's doing okay. Just thinking about what the heck just happened. Oh, he may actually need a moment, so we're going to give him a moment, and we'll be back with you shortly.
There's nothing like that click. That moment where everything just falls into place. Where movements become muscle memory. And control feels like freedom. Every version of yourself echoing, teaching you, pushing you to that point. The moment you know you're exactly where you're meant to be.
Something golden, found a light on a hill. I was waking up, looking for peace in a world that's divided. Gotta hold on tight when you find it. I was turning around, I was waking up. You're pulling me right in, rotate to you again. I'll live the rest of my life by your side. I wanna stay here forever.
Okay, welcome back. For those of you who have just joined recently, we are here at the 2026 IFSA FWT Challenger Series by Orage. This is the first of 3 Challenger events this season, right here in Whitewater, just outside of Nelson, British Columbia, Canada. We're also going to have 2 events at Kicking Horse. One will be a Kirkwood restage, and then the Kicking Horse event, and those will be coming up next week. So we're in Canada this week for the Free Ride Fiesta.
Free Ride Fiesta. We love to see it. The athletes have absolutely been throwing down today. Despite the tricky conditions, we've seen some big crashes, but back up top, Panel B, Snowboard Male, we have Jacob Erickson.
You want me, Jinx? All right, number 69 in your program, number 1 in your hearts, Jacob Erickson.
Wow, coming in with a huge air. Unfortunately, not quite a clean landing, but he's back on his feet and cruising. Jacob is just the sweetest guy. We were chatting with him the other day. So happy, so excited to be here. He coaches for the Whitewater freeride team, so really excited to see him set the example for his athletes and just keep cruising along.
Local guy. You know there's going to be a lot of people cheering for him down at the finish line today.
Throwing in some style with the 360 there. Again, not quite a clean landing, but still cruising.
Nice little air through the trees into the chute. And that's what we're looking for here, is we're looking for features, right? Obviously, there is the big, grandiose moves, big cliff drops, backflips, spins, but all those little features that you get throughout the run all add up. And it could be the difference between one place and another, or even 2 or 3 places in the overall standings.
It really is up to the judges now to see what these athletes do.
Another
clean one there for Jacob.
Yeah, nice, clean, smooth air through that little nub off the side here. Cutting back just along the edge of this tree line. Looking for some fresh pow pockets, just like I like to see. Number 69, Jacob Erickson, local rider, grew up in Nelson, riding right here in Whitewater Resort. So we are about 2/3 of the way through the roster here. We've gone through ski. Well, we're almost near the end of ski men. We got 2 more riders for ski men. We got a few more riders for snowboard men, and then we'll be moving on to the snowboard women category.
And yet we're running a dual panel here, so we have 2 sets of judges, a panel A and a panel B, meaning they're going to drop back to back, but each panel is judging its own set of athletes. So even though we're going to see a snowboard dropping next to a skier, that just means while that snowboarder has finished riding, the judges are judging him while the next skier is dropping. So it's consistent action, makes for a great show, and we're excited to run it back to the top for our next ski medal.
And a quick show, rapid fire. We don't want to be sitting here for 6-7 hours. We have 79 riders. And we want you, the visual, oh, look at that big plow, snow plume. We want you, the viewers of this program, to get as much action as you can quickly. We want to get this through. The riders are up there. They're cold. All the workers are here. So we want to get through a big field like this quickly, and the dual panel is the best way to do it.
And we can see Townsend Reed making good use of that first cliff, holding on.
Sniping that landing and being able to hold on with enough control to get over that little spine wall and air into the pocket. So we've actually seen that twice.
I was just going to say, we've seen some other athletes do it. Come out of that first one maybe a little unbalanced, but then still be able to link it really smooth to the next feature. That shows such strong athleticism from these skiers.
That little spine wall, which we've seen Tavo over Thames over rotate that backflip. We've seen some 360s over it, but we've seen exactly what happened just there twice, where you come in off that top feature, carving. Oh, goodness.
Unfortunately, looks like he just got caught up in the conditions. He said, arms in the air. I don't even know what that was. That was just unlucky, it felt like.
Nobody told his ski that his run is over. It's headed towards the finish line right now.
Oh, and you can just see some disappointment pouring out of him, where it didn't quite feel like, he'd miscalculated a cliff or a feature. It just felt like he really got caught up in a turn.
Snow shark or a rut or something like that. That's really unfortunate for him. Fortunately, he gets 2 more chances. It's the best 2 out of 3, so maybe this is his throwaway event. But what we were talking about in that top feature is you hit that top feature, and a few riders have had the struggles because it's so steep in there, being able to keep control. And I think the run into that I guess the in run to that spine actually slows them down and sets them up properly, because there's been more than one save from that exact kind of feature sequence. So they go in a little off center and then heading towards that spine wall. Maybe they wanted to do a backflip, maybe they wanted to do a 360, maybe not, but they're able to control themselves with that uphill angle and then get back on your feet.
And it's fun seeing those features that kind of have that uphill takeoff because it feels more like a terrain park jump with that slope style lip almost. So it's really interesting to see the way they can use that to their advantage to navigate their next feature.
Yeah, and you mentioned kind of like, and it's interesting to me that we haven't seen more freestyle tricks or moves off of that feature because it looks perfectly primed for it. But maybe being able to do that doesn't get you to your next section, but it is in that top section. And then there's that big transition zone, the traverse from point to point. So, like you said, it's such a huge venue that maybe it's just overlooked because they're looking at Cliff A, Cliff B, and Cliff C, and they're not seeing feature B1.
B.1.
B.1. Yeah, exactly.
No, that's a really good point, Marcus. There's so many huge cliffs to jump off of that, these more unique features in the middle that aren't scaled as large could be overlooked because of the vastness of everything else.
And to be honest with you, some of the riders we have seen hit that spot or hit those fun little zones is some of the former Freeride World Tour riders. As I've mentioned several times in this event, is they have that little extra experience at the highest level, and they really know what they need to do in order to push them a little bit farther. You could have the same run as another rider, but maybe you have a couple extra little pops, maybe a little bit of a grab, and that's going to push you just that hair above in the overall standings, which really means a lot.
And it takes a little while to develop those skills, too. It's not necessarily like you just start free riding and all of a sudden you have this perfect eye for these features and building a line. It takes some time. So Townsend's got his ski, he's going to put it back on and safely ski to the bottom. When a skier loses a ski like that, unfortunately, they are not going to receive a score, and the proper etiquette is just to ski around the rest of the features. They do this for two reasons. One, to preserve the snow, the takeoffs and the landings for our other athletes, as well as to not hold up the competition if they were to fall again when they're already not receiving a score. It's nice to see them ski around everything to keep everything moving.
Yeah, absolutely. So, my name is Mark Warner. If you're just joining us, I'm here with Rachel Shannon. I'm the host of the Free Ride Guide podcast, one of the media partners of the IFSA, which operates Region 2, all of the Americas. And Rachel works for the IFSA in numerous different
I do. I wear a lot of different hats for the IFSA. I'm the Education Systems Manager, so I oversee the organization of all our coach, judge, and technical director certification programs, as well as helping with a lot of admin stuff for the IFSA. I've been a judge for the last 2 seasons, so really exciting to kind of see the system in place.
And a competitor.
Yes. It's exciting to kind of feel really well-rounded, and just what an incredible community Freeride is. So exciting to see all the athletes just really feed off of each other and build that Freeride family.
All right, it looks like our next rider on course is going to be Aaron Smiley from Snowboard Men. Bib number 71 in your programs. Bib number 71. Here we go.
Aaron said he did the Taos Freeride Comp the first year that they allowed snowboarding. So exciting to see. Gonna navigate that steep section up top. I can't even imagine doing this on one edge. At least skiers have 2 edges to hold on. Snowboarding, they only have 1, which makes it so impressive. So hard to navigate, but Aaron's making some good turns here. Staying on his toe edge as he gets ready to line something up for us.
You can see that the wind is still kind of blowing up on that face there through this steep top section as he works his way. Oh, look at that big carve. Oh, I love it.
Nice. Still room for some fresh turns, too, which is exciting to see.
Yeah, and that light is perfect up there right now. And by perfect, I mean they've got great definition of the snow conditions. And as I was mentioning before, the sun radiation isn't really fully penetrating and changing the consistency of the snow. It's not warming the snow up. Like I said, at the end of the day yesterday, that snow got warm and really, really sticky. It's about -4 degrees Celsius here in Whitewater, and you've got that kind of in and out cloud cover. It's high enough that it's above the peaks, And there's a lot of pockets, as you can see just at the top of the screen there, that the light's able to get through. So the snow's staying cold, the snow's staying consistent. The riders have some good light. You know, can't really ask for much more, especially in this type of condition.
Yeah, it's been so interesting to see how the week has played out condition-wise, to see whether this was going to be possible or not. And we're so excited to see that the athletes are able to make good use of the terrain.
All right, as Aaron Smiley rolls in on his toe edge, back to his heel edge, getting a little bit caught in that kind of steep zone through that chute there.
Looks like he's taking it very cautious through this section.
He's
here.
working his way into that really kind of tricky chute with the high snow walls that we've been seeing. That the straight line is really the best option out of there.
Pin it to win it.
Yeah, when in doubt, point it out.
There we go.
So it's nice and tight. As great shot from the drone. Shout out drone pilots. So as you can see, it's quite steep. He's kind of on his tail edge, and you can see he had to lean his back into that snow wall a little bit. Uncomfortable with the straight line out of there. So it's really, really technical, really tricky. You have to commit.
You really do.
Full commitment in order to get out of that spot quickly. It's actually turned out to be quite difficult.
Yeah, that's been not the easiest shoot for the athletes to navigate. And, you know, like you were saying, Mark, the full commitment, I feel like is such a key piece in freeride where so many of these athletes are so physically strong to do all these things, but it takes that mental strength to just commit to it and trust your body to know what it knows how to do. And that's much easier said than done.
Absolutely. So I just, in my head, was kind of counting some of the bigger features, which I'll get to in a moment because we have a new rider on course.
Our final ski male of the day, Sam Westgate. I got to compete with him down in South America this year, and he is just an absolute sender. I love watching him ski.
He hasn't even started, and he's popping around having a good time. So this could be a really fun run to watch. Sam, out of Sheffield, UK, there used to be a really amazing dry slope in Sheffield. I don't know if you know James Woodsy Woods.
I don't, but...
Oh, the backflip!
Oh,
Stay
Sam,
on your feet!
No!
Oh, wow.
You know, I had a feeling he was going to come in hot, and he's one of those skiers where it's going to go or it's going to tumble, and unfortunately, it did tumble this one. But Sam is definitely someone to keep an eye on because he has the tricks, he has the send. He did really well on the South American circuit this year and earned his spot here in Challengers.
Well, that was an impressive start for sure. As I said, looked like he had something up his sleeve. That might have been one of the biggest backflip attempts we've seen today.
And yeah, such a bummer it didn't go to his feet, but you know, his skis stayed on, so he will receive a score. Definitely going to be a rather large control deduction there, but let's see what Sam's going to do with the rest of his run.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As he works his way into the trees here through this bottom section. Now let's see if he is going to pick up on one of those lower cliffs here. It looks like he's just kind of taking it easy here.
You know, and again, that's kind of showing off the etiquette. With a crash like that, there's no way that your score is going to be able to bounce back to a level that can get you even close to the podium, to be realistic.
Right.
So the etiquette and the kind thing to do is just leave it alone, leave it for the other athletes, and let the competition continue on by just getting to the bottom safely.
Yeah, right. So, you know, we have 4 ski men, 2 snowboard men, 2 snowboard women, and 1 snowboard woman rider advancing to the FWT finals. In the challengers here, we have 3 events, and the best 2 of the 3 move on. During a lot of regular series events, you say, you know what, even if you crash, keep going and get points because you never know if you're going to be a little bit ahead of someone else. In his mind, he thinks, you know what, the field is so big that it may not matter for that top 4 because you're only taking your best 2 events. So you need to have 2 solid events. So maybe that's his throwaway. He knows it. That's a mature move. And on course, it looks like we have Brian Bozak. This is our last snowboard man rider of the day.
We actually do have a few more after him.
Oh, goodness. I am looking at our sheet, and there is a space. I just Ron Burgundied myself.
And the reason there is that space is because The panel A will transition to snowboard women next, so it creates a break in our sheets. But that's, dual panel, keeping it interesting, keeping it moving. And Brian is lining up our waterfall cliff here. And he, unfortunately, looks like, again, he hit that little bit of uphill that maybe that slough created, but he's back on his feet. He's cruising. Got a nice powder turn there, and he's still on the move.
There we go. Yeah, I got fooled by the formatting.
It's okay. It's, how it goes. But we are almost done with our second panel. That's panel B with our snowboard men.
So moving on then, question for you then. If we have a dual panel and our second panel has about 5 or 6 more riders left, do they just say, all right, our day is done, or do they take over for the remaining riders on panel A?
That's a really excellent question, Mark, and panel B will be complete after snowboard men, and the reason they can't jump in and help with snowboard women is because it would be inconsistent. Panel B is a separate set of 3 judges, so you can't have 3 different judges in the same division. You need that consistency from the same judges.
Fair enough.
So Brian's navigating through the trees here, cruising some turns.
You can see how chopped that up is in there.
It really is.
Just the way the light's hitting it is kind of really showing how difficult it would be to work your way through there.
And it's interesting how a venue can change from the beginning of the day to the end just by skiers skiing through it. And I think sometimes it's an advantage versus a disadvantage, where sometimes it gets more chopped up, but sometimes on those stiffer days it's actually easier once skiers have gone through and broken it up. So it really just depends on the day.
Right, and I like that you brought up skiers, because skiers and riders approach the hill and ride the hill in very different ways. Sometimes you can hear either of them complaining about the other, like, oh, skiers came through and did this to the slope, or snowboarders came through and did this to the slope. But as he comes through, this is that really difficult chute with that high sidewall. This is the chute that you gotta point it out. You let gravity be your guide. When in doubt, point it out. He's actually going a little bit farther away from the chute. Oh, different angle today. Oh, very nice. Interesting line.
Yeah.
So where a lot of the riders actually got stuck out through the main exit of the chute, he actually went a little bit to the, I guess, rider's right.
And caught some air out of it too. Instead of just taking it, board to the ground, pin it, it was navigate through the chute and then catch a little air too. So unique take on that one, Brian.
Brian Bozak from the USA out of Sugar Bowl.
And so now panel A is going to start with their snowboard women because we have completed ski men.
All right, so we're starting our final category of the day, snowboard women. Kaya Hannapin, what is it? Her nickname, Kaya Hannapanini, from Pacifica, CA, Kirkwood Mountain and Palisades. She's a Tahoe girl.
The Coastal Mountain Surf Team. Kaya's just absolute sweetie. It's so fun getting to see her at all the events and talk. She's always got a smile on her face. Really fun energy at all the events, and she's had some really solid results too. She won the 4-star at Revy this season as well as the 3-star at Palisades, so she's no stranger to competition, and Kaya is, I'm just so excited to see what she has for us today.
So it looks like she's working her way down the ridge.
Gotta shuffle a little bit too.
As the wind picks up here.
Kaya's making her way. A little bit of a slow traverse, but there she is. Her arms waving, letting everyone know that she's getting ready to drop in and start her line. Here she comes. Kaya has dropped into the course, and it looks like she's gone a little further. Yeah.
Wow. A little bit farther down the ridge. It's gained some fresh snow.
I don't think we've seen any athletes come this far, so really unique line on this one.
Toe side edge, you can see how steep it is.
Cruising there. She's got that fun surfy technique to her riding.
Yeah, it says Coastside Mountain Surf. Is that like a name for like a free ride club?
It is a free ride club. Her dad actually coaches it, and they have a lot of athletes that are coming out of California, and she's just, been in the sport for so long. Their whole family is really into free ride. Kaya has a brother that's a rider as well. And it's just so fun to watch all of them ride. Really strong athleticism out of their whole family.
All right, so she's lining something up right here. You can see how steep it is on her heel side edge. Looks like she's just scooching across, making sure she's got her right line. Another angle of it right there. You can see how steep really it is. And below her is some consequential terrain. Alright, so cruising through. You can see her picking up some speed. Just being careful here.
Yeah, staying on her heel edge to make sure she's really got that control as she goes. Again, control is an entire category that these athletes are being scored on, so it's super important to make sure that they're balanced and consistent the whole way down.
Nice little turn there. Just making sure she gets through on her feet. Alright, she's just dropped out of view for us here. And sneaking through the chute. Looks like we're going to see her pop out into our view in just a moment here.
And there we go, we got some turns. She's cruising.
And she's right now currently in the Lone Pine chute on her way out. Here we go. And then from here, she's going to work her way down the apron right to the corral.
I think that was really smart riding out of Kaya. It didn't quite have the amplitude that we've seen from her, but it was really controlled. It was consistent the whole way down, and I'm excited to get to chat with her later and see how she feels about that. And she's navigating close to a bunch of that debris that we saw. And you're right, Mark, the run is not over until they're in the corral. Anything could happen in this last section here.
All right, here she comes.
Wrapping up her line here, gonna cruise into the corral. And it looks like it's getting a little bit windier here at Whitewater. We have our tents moving around a little bit.
Yeah, shout out to the IFSA crew here is holding the legs of our pop-up tent so it doesn't fly away from us here.
Quite literally holding it down for us.
Yeah, absolutely. This has definitely happened before.
And we're going to head back up to the top for another Tahoe rider, snowboardman Tavo Sadeg is on course. He's cruising through, making a nice turn, getting on his toe side edge there. It looks like he might be lining up that waterfall cliff, which has been a little bit of a heartbreaker. Oh, and unfortunately not quite the cleanest landing, but he did bounce back to his feet, so bit of a butt check. But gonna grab some style there and then cruise through the traverse.
He's got some speed cruising across there. No stranger to freeride competition, Tavo.
He was first place in Junior Worlds in 2022 and first place at the Whistler Challenger in 2023. First place at Snowbird 4-Star 2024. And honestly, a couple more first places after that. So Tavo's no stranger to freeride. He knows what he's doing. Tavo coming in through the trees here.
It said Tavo has been gunning for this Freeride World Tour spot for a few years right now. He's definitely always one to watch. He's a threat on these Challenger and qualifier circuits.
And just a fun guy to be around, too. He's always got a smile on his face, always enjoying the ride, too. It's fun to get to see him here.
Absolutely. You can see he's lining something up here. You can see the snow cascading, and you can see how steep it really is. The great air right into that midline cliff that a lot of the skiers hit.
It's interesting to see, you know, sometimes we have all the snowboarders kind of gravitate towards one area and the skiers, but I feel like there's just been such a mix this event because the venue is so wide and vast. So many options. A really choose-your-own-adventure venue.
Absolutely. So he's working his way through that difficult chute. You can see right in the sun there, that's that wall, spine wall. And earlier in the event, the sunlight wasn't shining on that spine wall, and I wonder if that affected how the riders approached that lower section that he just went over. Because we've seen twice now, the last couple riders doing that side hit air have come out that way, where some of the earlier riders have gone right through that chute. But now the sun is shining on it, so I wonder if that shapes, or basically allows you to see the contour better and make a decision like, oh, this is easier for me to go over the top and cross-court air out rather than blast through the chute or like wiggle my way down through the bottom.
Yeah, definitely. The visibility has such an effect on these runs and on these riders' decisions. So that was really awesome. Clean run out of that last air from Tavo. So fun to watch. But back up to the top, we have another rider ready to go.
Looks like we got Natalie Alport, a 2026 Freeride World Tour rider. She'd missed the cut this year. Kind of unfortunate situation with a big air right at the top. We just missed it. She has a big freestyle background. Unfortunately, with some of the cancellations this year, she didn't quite do so well. She also ended up in the hospital twice before both of her events due to allergy reactions. So, unfortunate circumstances for Nat. She's an amazing rider, and she's really excited to finally be able to put down the proper run and show what she can actually do here at the Challenger and get her spot back on the Freeride World Tour. Great start with that air at the top. Another air right through the middle. Great control.
And she's just so strong, too. She spends a lot of time in the gym building that strength, and you can really see that in her riding. She's just so controlled and consistent.
Nice, smooth turns. She's actually a former CrossFit competitor.
CrossFit competitor. That I did not know that, but I am not surprised to hear that.
Very, very, very strong athlete, very strong human. And that transfers directly to your riding. As you can see, she's riding smooth. Couple big airs, nice features. Here we go, based out of the East Coast, actually, from Ottawa. She rides Mont Tremblant. Nice, comfortable, controlled turns. Let's see what she's got lined up here.
And she's pinning it to the bottom now.
There we go, right on the bottom. So great top start. Yeah, another fun little air right in the middle. See what I mean? Another Freeride World Tour athlete finding a seemingly nothing feature and turning it into something.
Really taking the work to separate herself from the rest of the field and show the judges that she's going to take every opportunity she can to showcase what she's got.
Yeah, absolutely. She's going to be happy with that run. That's a great, great start to this Challenger Series for Natalie.
Oh, getting hugs from Kaya at the bottom. So awesome to see the community support each other. That's just one of the things that makes Freeride so beautiful.
Catching her breath.
Yeah.
For the camera. So we have started our first two riders for snowboard women. And looks like we have 4 snowboard men left to go. Next up, Jordan Tripp.
Jordan Tripp from Missoula, Montana, skiing Montana Snowbowl. Wants to give a big shout out to his wife, son, and whole family. He said he's new to freeride. He's only done 4 competitions and most grateful for the 3 competitions this season. He had 2 of his best performances with a first and a third in such competitive fields. He was so excited to see him make it to this level.
And it's great because this is the proving ground. It doesn't matter if you started freeriding when you were a kid and went through like a free ride club, or you're a grown man with a family who just decided to do something like this for fun and is like, oh, I'm actually pretty good at it. And now you're battling some of the best in the world to get to the pinnacle of freeriding in the world.
It really is so cool to see these athletes that, didn't have that opportunity to grow up with a team or didn't have the opportunity to train like this from a young age, and just to watch them jump into it and be so good at it really sets this expectation of you don't have an expiration date. You can always keep going.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't like the idea of expiration date because mine's closer than yours is.
No, that's the whole thing, Marcus. You don't have one. You can always new goals to set, and it's really inspiring to watch these athletes come from all these different
We
backgrounds.
have to develop a few more masters competitions, I think.
There is a Masters series in the IFSA. I think it's only one event right now, but hey, never too late
That's
to
what I'm
start.
saying. It's time to pick up a few more. All right, looks like we got Jordan Tripp is our next rider for snowboard men from the U.S. of A., which you just mentioned, Missoula, Montana. Family man. Coming in off the cornice on his toe edge. What are we going to see here? Got a little bit more speed than some of those other snowboard men at the top here. It's quite steep. This kind of gives you, this angle here gives you a great idea of the scale as he's just above this waterfall cliff. The slough deposit has created some troubles for a lot of people. Is he going to stay on his board? Oh yeah, right, there we go. I bet you he's going to tell people that somersault was on purpose, but he's right back on his board. He didn't lose any momentum. Able to get that little pop with the grab as he works his way into the second section of the course.
Really cruising through the traverse, taking it on his heel side edge. And yeah, it's just so interesting to see how it goes from so steep to so flat to so steep. It's just quite a complex venue.
And huge. It's so big.
Huge.
Definitely worthy of this competition. And it's great when you have a field that's 79 riders like we have today to have this much variation in terrain and this much available terrain. Not everybody's getting funneled into the same spot, so it's not going to get completely tracked out or ruined, for lack of a better term. There's a lot of different places to go, and there's a lot of different visions on how these riders want to attack their run.
It's really fun to see a venue that allows athletes to be creative with what they want to do. And that's something we're seeing here. We've seen a lot of unique takes on features.
So here he comes, just over into the Lone Pine area. Got a little bit of speed coming through, really good control. He's about to hit this mandatory air. Lining it up. Where is he going to go? Off the nose, through this little chute right in front of him. Oh, get careful, careful on your edge.
Hold on. Oh, it looks like he almost was able to.
Hands down, a little bit of a revert, but he managed to get out of there. A little bit of tricky, he got a little caught up right off the takeoff, which I think maybe put his balance off just a touch.
Just got word that panel A is ready, so as soon as Jordan gets to the bottom, they will get ready to send their next snowboard female. Kiana Putman coming up next.
From Ski Talk, Alaska. That's what I do on the podcast. I talk about skiing.
Talk about skiing.
Talk.
That's what we're doing right now.
Ski Talk, Alaska. I'm a big fan of the name of that town. Kiana Putman. So we are waiting. Is that her kind of creeping behind the ridge there?
Yep,
Perfect.
got
Making her
some
way
movement.
down. That's the sign. I'm ready to roll. Dropping.
And here she goes, officially dropping into the venue. Kiana getting ready to put her line down.
Look at her off that little side hit there. Get white room for a quick second. You can see how much pow is there. She's actually finding some fresh, a little bit of fresh up there at the top.
Yeah, definitely taking a less used line, which was fun to see.
Another little air, very cautious, very deliberate turns.
A lot of intention behind where she's putting each turn, it looks like.
Yeah,
She's
absolutely.
very calculated with what she's doing.
Yeah, that means control.
Exactly.
So, the sun's kind of poking through a little bit, brightening up as she cruises across. Just kind of saying, hello, Kiana. Are you ready for this next section? I hope so.
Because it is going to get steep here in a second for her.
You can see the ski ninjas there in the foreground.
Yep, and we have staff staged throughout the venue so that they can be quick with ski retrievals if needed or just safety ready to go, always putting the athlete's safety at a first priority.
Yep, any assistance needed. All right, working our way through this little section here.
Some more fresh turns, it looks like.
Yeah, she's a powder hound.
Oh, yeah.
I'm all about it. There's some nice turns here. She works her way just along the edge of the tree line here, and then she's going to creep her way into this little forested section. In the Broke Neck area of this face below Weimer Peak here in Whitewater, BC, Canada.
And this is far skier riders right of the venue, just for some preference on explanation on where she's going, because it's kind of hard to track exactly where they are on the venue through the screen, but she's doing such a good job of navigating all of it.
Yeah, so for those of you wondering, we can see the lower half of the venue from where we're sitting with our eyes, and the higher zones right before, basically from the traverse up, we're watching on the screen with you guys right here as well. We may need to tuck our head out from behind the canopy here, but we want to make sure we get all of this action for you, because there's some areas, as we mentioned, there's lots of different cameras, lots of different camera angles, like right here goes behind the tree. There's some spots that we actually can't see with the naked eye. A little pop there, looking for some points.
And you know, there's a bit of a strategy to it on a day like today, so I think Kiana was playing the strategy of not biting off anything huge. She really didn't hit many features, but just knowing that if she gets from top to bottom, that's going to put her somewhere solid, because there's been a lot of falls. And Kiana's coming to the bottom right now. And Panel B only has a couple more athletes left.
We've got Johnny Duty from Steamboat Springs and Howelson Hill.
Competing for Montana State University today. Johnny is making his way down the ridgeline and getting ready to drop in.
Do you know what? So there is the qualifier tour, there's the challengers, the FW2, but there's also a collegiate tour.
There is a collegiate series, absolutely, and that, athletes can build points for their school, not just themselves individually, and they can do both at the same time.
Oh, so it's like a team it's like an overall team as
Exactly,
well as individual. Yep. Oh, very cool. Oh, with a big move over that spine line. Big speed coming out through the bottom. Johnny Duty is not messing around. He came to play. The drones are having troubles keeping up with him. He's going so fast. Oh, look out. Good recovery right there. And that's just funny because when you got that speed through some of that uneven terrain, you may get bucked around a little bit, but he held on really nicely.
Throwing in that fun little surfy style too. That's
I was gonna say he's standing like he's on a surfboard, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got that cruise, that lean, that tilt. It's
the lean. Yeah, he's got
a
really fascinating, like comfortable lean to his riding. All right. So he's right above the Lone Pine chute section here. Is he going to go left? Is he going to go right? Let's see where he ends up. You can see the grandiose scale of this face. Coming across the slope here, traversing above. Is he going to drop in and hit this little mandatory below him? Is he going to go around and hit it cross court? We'll soon find out. So he's working his way through the woods. Really good control on his board right now through this little techie section. As he works his way out through the bottom, nice air with a little shifty, going for the grab. and riding out with a little bit of heat. Watch out through the debris field here.
Solid exit air. That was really fun to just put a nice bow on the whole run there.
Oh, a nice couple little pops at the bottom there. He's going too fast. The drone's having trouble keeping up. Nice run from Johnny Duty. He's going to be happy with that one.
Yeah, he's got a big smile on his face. He seems really stoked. It's
Got
so
a
fun
little-
to watch the athletes come
Got a
down.
little snow in his mustache.
All right, making our way through Panel A here. Our next athlete, Tegan Riley Turner. Coming to you from Crested Butte Mountain Sports Team. She won Junior Worlds in 2024, so growing up in the junior series, now taking it to challengers. Let's see what Tegan has for us in store today. Looks like she's getting maybe a little caught up on that entrance, but back in full control right now.
Maybe carried away a little bit by some of her slough there.
Yeah, it's again, the conditions just look like they've been difficult to navigate. You don't quite know where the good turns are going to be or where maybe some of the more tricky turns are, what's hiding underneath those fresh couple centimeters of snow that we got.
Just next to that waterfall feature. That's for those of you who just joined. This is why we're calling it the waterfall feature. You can see the snow sloughing off to the side there. That has proved to be a heartbreaker for a lot of riders today in all categories. And she's working her way across the slope. Getting a nice little bit of speed, looking comfortable on her board.
Heading into the traverse. That moment for, again, these athletes to say, okay, first section's done. Take a deep breath and get ready to move on to the next.
So we're right at the end of our roster here for the day. And a lot of these riders, when they're at the end of the drop order, it's a long day. You have all day to think about it. I bet you a lot of these riders actually got to watch a handful of the first riders, even though it is quite a significant hike. It's a long day to think. It's a long day to be on. To be prepared. As soon as you get here, you have that mental state where you're prepared, you're ready to go. And if you're not dropping for 4 hours, you kind of have to hold on to that the whole time, and it can be absolutely exhausting mentally.
Yeah, they're in go mode all day when they're dropping at the end. And like you said, it's not just the physical strength, but there's a lot of mental exhaustion it goes into too. You're constantly thinking about what you're going to do and contemplating the conditions and how it's changing. And, you know, I'm sure some riders are watching and saying, okay, this goes and this doesn't. And I'm sure others are like, nope, I have my plan. I'm going to stick to it. So everyone really has their own unique take on what they're doing.
Right. So looking at this on the camera angle, it doesn't look as steep as it is, but watching her ride and the way that her board is reacting to the snow, it is very, very steep through this chute as she makes her way through the bottom of the Lone Pine chute. And then back to what we were talking about just now as well is a lot of the rides will hang out at the top for a long time, and it gets cold. Like, I know when I've attended these events, my feet get cold in my boots. I'm maybe not moving around enough, the blood's not pumping, and as soon as I start to ski, even if it's on the groomer, my feet feel like bricks in my boots. And I can only imagine these riders doing some of the most spectacular things I've ever seen on a pair of skis or on a snowboard while feeling the way that I'm feeling struggling to get down a groomer.
And they had about a 45-minute hike to the top, too, so it's hard to navigate. How do I not sweat and then freeze at the top, but stay warm enough and bring enough layers? And there's really a lot of consideration that just goes into meeting the hierarchy of needs.
Right on. So Tegan Riley Turner making her way through the finish corral. So we are on to the penultimate snowboard men rider and the penultimate rider for Panel B. It's one of my favorite words. Did you know that? Penultimate means second to last, for those of you who don't know.
That is news to me, too. I love a new vocabulary word.
Yeah, Devin Miller coming out hot from Canada.
He said he got into freeride by watching the Freeride World Tour and said, you know, let's give that a go. And what a fun way to get into it. And to make it to the Challenger Series, how exciting.
One of those things where it's like, hey, I could do that. Skiing from Saint-Laurent-Heights in Laurentians out in Quebec. Three-time consecutive winner at the Massif du Sud, which is the powder capital of the East Coast.
Wants to give a big shout out to his family and friends too that I'm sure have supported him through this journey as he made it to the series, catching some air there, making it look groovy, and is just going to keep cruising down his
He
run.
looks really smooth, and he's in a lot of fresh snow, so he's kind of finding a fresh little line here. Really, really smooth. Another nice little air. Oh, hold on to it. Hold on.
Little bit of a butt check there, which, will be a bit of a control dock, but how much is up to the judges.
Well, he's actually riding a lot. Oh, there's another little one. I was going to say a little more fluid than a lot of those riders. But you can see just with his landings how steep and how difficult it actually really is.
And all those things are going to be factored in. Little control dock will bring the score down, but those pops will bring it up too, so it really factors out into the math. Devin's making quick work of this bottom section, linking a lot of turns, which is something we really like to see with their snowboarders. He's not just holding onto one edge, he's cruising.
Coming right out of the little broke neck section, working his way back to the apron, on his way back to the corral. Cruising down through the edge of this tree line here. Probably looking for some fresh pockets. That's what I'd be doing. That's always what I do.
That's what we were doing yesterday. We got some good turns, got to feel out the conditions a little bit, and it was soft, but it wasn't very forgiving, I'd say. It's still, you got to be constantly watching out for what's in front of you.
Absolutely, as he gives a little fist bump to his friends down at the bottom. Next up, it looks like we have another former FWT rider, and big fan of the qualifiers. She's no stranger. Out of Banff Lake Louise, Audrey Hepburn. All right, Audrey Hepburn is on her way.
All the athletes at the bottom, so it's fun to see them watching and cheering their friends on.
Yeah, we're getting down to the last, 10th of the field here. We got about 8 or 9 riders left. And all the other riders that have gone down are watching. They're going to be down there congratulating everybody that's coming in now and then getting ready for a fun time tonight.
About 3 o'clock, too. It's been a full day here of freeride at Whitewater. It's just really full-on action all day. Dual panels been making this go fast and consistent and just keeping it engaging.
All right, we have a freeride veteran, former FWT rider, really, really consistent on the Freeride World Qualifier Tour, Audrey Hepburn, skiing out of Lake Louise and Banff.
Waving her arms, letting us and the judges know she is dropping in here.
Looks like she wanted to get up over that little spine line. Just got hung up a little bit. She's like, I am still going to make it there. I'm going where I want to go. Working her way through that little tree zone. The top maybe not working out quite as well as she had hoped. Getting a little bucked around a little bit there, it seems. Like I said, this terrain is way steeper than it looks, and especially now at the end of the day, after having 70 or so riders go, chopping up this slope, putting in tracks,
And these athletes had one of the earliest rider meetings I've ever seen this morning. They had to be here at 6:30 this morning. So, it's been a long day for them. And I can just only imagine the exhaustion that comes and the confidence and bravery it takes to just really keep going this late in the day. So impressed by all of them.
Absolutely. She picks up a little bit of speed. Really, really comfortable, strong turns through this section. Quite a bit of speed through here. And like we said, that's key, especially with this traverse zone. You want to be able to stand out against the other riders in your category. If she cruises into the top of this lower section, full of features, full of cliffs, chutes, airs, all sorts of good things. But it's steep, and it's technical through those trees. So you got to make sure you know what you're doing. Put your edge in the right position. Make sure your body's in the right spot. Control your speed. A lot goes into runs like this, and she knows it just as much as anyone.
Navigating through the trees, keeping the turns coming. So impressive to watch them, know where they are on venue. So many of the trees look so similar. It really is a maze out there. It takes a lot to be able to pick out a line, and not only pick out a solid line, but remember where you're going.
Oh, nice air. Can't see. Oh, looks like she's on her feet. Little air just to the right of that mid slope cliff that we've been seeing a lot of people either hit trees and backflip off of. And it's been a full day of free ride.
A full day of free ride indeed. And we're not done yet, too. We still have a good handful of riders left.
And she's picked a really nice line through the trees here. Being able to keep a lot of speed, a lot of control. We've seen a lot of people struggle through this zone.
Yeah, really showing off some strong, controlled riding.
Absolutely. Taking a second just to gather her bearings and figure out her route. All right, she cruises back onto this last section of cliffs, cruising over into this apron.
Making her way to the start gate, going to complete her run.
Yeah, 360 from Audrey Hebert. Off of that little piece of, I guess, debris. We've seen one other rider hit it like that.
And, I think she was the first female athlete today to do some type of rotation like that, too.
Absolutely.
So
Audrey Hebert with the 360 to end her run, finishing strong. Well done.
Oh, wow. We don't...
That
totally.
backflip even blew the camera's mind. We did so. Isaac Singer throwing a backflip there, short-circuited the camera. Even the camera blinked.
Exactly, yeah. A blink and you'll miss it, which is what happened. That was crazy.
So we can't comment on his landing. He basically didn't look like he had momentum out of it. We can't tell if he backslapped or he put a hand down. So we'll have to find out what the judges say as he finds his next zone. A nice air into this little section. Isaac Singer out of Big Sky, Montana.
Now on the Method Freeride team, shouting out his parents and Brendan Metzler.
Brendan Metzler, former IFSA, well, he's fully involved in the IFSA in freeride, in coaching. He's been a co-host on the Freeride Guide in the past as well. Obviously, Isaac is an American dog with a banana on his head.
That's what he looks like underneath his helmet and
Yeah.
goggles, yeah.
I'm like, I thought I recognized him.
It looks so familiar.
As he comes into this little spot here and right down to his feet. Perfect landing, great smooth run out. As he cruises back underneath this cliff section, let's see if he goes and hits that debris feature as well. The little debris donger.
And Isaac's a strong competitor. He won NORAMs, which is currently called JFC, as a kid, and put up a handful of podiums in the 4-star events. So, Isaac knows how to compete. He knows how to pick the line and execute it well.
Yeah, great run from Isaac. Well done. I guarantee you I couldn't rest a banana on my dog's head very long. She'd be like, am I eating this? Can I eat this?
Can I eat this
Can I eat this now?
And that was our final snowboarder of the day, so Panel B is complete, which means we will now just be running Panel A to finish off the snowboard women. So there will be more of a break in between athletes as the judges, do the math and do what it takes to really score these runs.
Right on. Well, what a great way to finish. Isaac Singer.
And our next athlete is going to be a snowboard woman, and it's going to be Willow Newton.
Kip.
So all the athletes here at the bottom we can see. I'm sure some are super stoked on the runs they put down, and some are really kind of gearing up for what's next with them for the next 2 stops at Kicking Horse.
All right, so we have about 7 8 snowboard women to finish off the show today. The sun is coming out again. We've had a huge fun day of freeride here at the 2026 IFSA FWT Challenger Series by Orage, the first edition. We have 2 more to come, and we have a rider on course, Willow Newton, out of the USA, skiing out of Palisades, Tahoe.
She's on the Palisades Snowboard Freeride team. Attended the FWT Junior World Championships in 2026.
Giro rider coming in off this top section. Nice air, looking for the grab, little bit of a butt check, but back on her board, slashing a turn, doing a little fun little butter revert.
Some styles going
That
in
was
there.
fun.
That's fun, yeah.
And that was intentional. That wasn't to make up for the little butt slap. She's like, no, I'm going to butter in through this pal and have a good time.
I'm going to cruise this. I'm going to show it off. You know, this is my style, and that's so fun to see these athletes do that.
Showing that style is going to set her apart. Things like that set her apart from other riders in that same zone.
In 2025, she was first overall at JFCs, so, you know, she's really has the proof to back it up that she is a competitor. She's got the style, she's got the snowboarding, and Willow is just really putting it into play here.
First as a junior, starting to mature, getting a little bit older, getting a little bit stronger, wiser, more experienced. We could be seeing someone who in the future we're going to be hearing a lot from. But first we need to see her complete this run.
And she's, you know, off to a good start so far. But she's, yeah, almost to the bottom, actually. So quick use of the whole venue.
Yeah, really, really fast, actually.
Coming in through the trees, off to the rider's right.
Picking her way through here quite smoothly. Looks like she's in good control through the zone. I wonder if the snow, as we mentioned, it's staying very cold, but I wonder if the snow is starting to get a little bit heavier down in this lower zone here.
Yeah, and I also wonder how it changes from not just throughout the day, but also from the top of the venue to the bottom. What if it is consistent? If not, what does that look like?
And the aspect changes too. It's quite steep at the top, and then it flattens out, and then it gets steep again.
They really have to be so quick to react to things like that.
And she's lacing her way through this little tree line, and she makes her way over to the finish corral. Willow Newton.
And after Willow, we have just 6 athletes left for the day.
All right, we have 6 riders left to go. It looks like the next rider up is Jamie Figuera, or Fig as she likes to be called, also riding out of Banff's Sunshine Village. She heard about freeride through a friend, which is kind of cool. Be like, hey, have you heard about this? I actually tell a lot of people about freeride just because I'm obsessed with it. That's why I'm here.
You what? Likes freeride? Didn't know that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So we have 6 riders left here underneath Waimea Peak in Whitewater, just outside Nelson, British Columbia, Canada. This has been an absolute fantastic venue to watch the riders go down. Ton of variety, lots of different routes. Yeah, it's just been a pleasure.
And Whitewater's celebrating their 50th anniversary this year, and the IFSA is celebrating its 30th. So there's a lot of history that's going into everything that made today possible.
Some big anniversaries. I wonder if we should celebrate this evening.
Ah, we just might have to.
50 years of Whitewater. I've been here once before. It was after an FWT comp that I was attending, and then did the little detour down the Powder Highway and made my way here and absolutely had a blast. And then coming back here this week, all the memories from that great few days I had came flooding back. A really, really cool resort. And as we mentioned, it's kind of got its like really core values. Like we said, no Wi-Fi, no cell service, classic. They have a couple classic two-seater chair lifts. No real big high-speed quads. It's a like small, amazing ski resort.
And all the staff has been so kind and accommodating. They're really excited to host us here and make this event happen. So really 10 out of 10. I can't recommend
Small
visiting
and
Whitewater
independent, but it's not operated as such.
Exactly.
It's a world-class,
very efficient.
operated like a world-class ski resort, but it's small. And there's a lot of people watching this right now going, shh, don't tell anybody.
Don't tell them how great it is. Jamie taking a nice big chunk off that top there, and that was clean, that was controlled, that was really beautiful riding.
So we were talking about Whitewater. So it's apparently spring break this week, but you would never know because you basically just ride right up onto all the lifts. No lines, uncrowded slopes, tons of terrain. Like this, what we're looking at is just one section of many around this whole mountain.
Oh yeah, and Jamie's been showing off some really cruisy turns through this section here. She had that solid cliff on top. I'm excited to see what she's going to do with the rest of it.
Yeah, linking turns really, really well. Looking quite comfortable on her board. Keeping up a good speed, good pace. That's part of the fluidity score.
Absolutely. Yep, their pace, their continuity, that's all going into that fluidity. It's not being timed, but the way they carry their speed, whether they have to slow down before a feature, and the way they do that really plays into that fluidity score.
So she's actually cruising a little farther out than most riders. From where she is right now, most riders are cutting back riders left, lookers right. So she's actually kind of riding down this ridge a little bit more, taking advantage of some more fresh snow. Like that little pocket right there. Ooh, she knows what she's doing.
Yeah, cruising some fresh turns. It's honestly so cool to see that even towards the very end of the competition, she was our 74th rider of the day, still grabbing fresh turns.
Yep, absolutely. Right through the trees, still getting after it. Nice run from JD Figueroa.
Felt very for the soul for that one, and that was really fun to watch.
Okay, so next up we have, looks like Liliana Houston from Mount Snow, Vermont, and A-Basin, Colorado.
Liliana was a challenger athlete last year. I got to chat with her a bit, and again, just so kind, so sweet. It's been really fun to get to see all these athletes just really show off what they've been working so hard to do.
Oh, and the sun is popping out full steam right now. Hi, everybody that's watching on freeskier.com, one of the media partners of the IFSA, along with the Freeride Guide, which is the podcast that I run, which we basically talk about freeride. It's like sports radio for freeride. Every time there's a big event or big news, we talk about it, right? We want to talk about it. Sometimes people have told me, I love watching the events, but I wish there was more. I was one of those people, and I'm like, I'm just going to make more. And we also have PowHub as a media partner, which is a really amazing Instagram account. Huge following. And a lot of people were like, oh, it's one of those accounts that steal the videos and steal content from anybody else. Absolutely not. PowHub is completely, the content is completely by people who have submitted their content. So skiers, a lot of skiers will be like, hey, I just sent this big thing. They'll send in a clip and he'll post it for them. So it's become this like literal hub for amazing feats done on skis and snowboards. And like I said, it's all riders submitted. So none of it's stolen, none of it's aggregated from other places like you get a lot of those accounts. Full on legit. You can actually go to the website as well, PowHub. It's a great spot.
Good to know. And yeah, the sport of freeride is growing, so it's really awesome to see the community grow and people become more engaged. And speaking of engagement, Liliana Houston is just going to make some good use of this top section. Looks like she maybe got a little bit caught up there, but she's back on her feet and she is cruising. She's coming to you from Mount Snow, Vermont and A-Basin, Colorado.
Oh, hold on. There we go. Having a little trouble through this little section. Like I said, 74th rider of the day, this slope is getting chopped up. Even though it's a big, big slope, and we are still seeing people get some pow turns, it's definitely affected, especially in little pinch points like we just saw there.
Absolutely, but she said her best result was first place in the 2025 Taos 4-star. So Liliana knows how to play the game. She knows how to freeride, put down a run that's consistent and solid and just really going to captivate the energy of what it means to be a big mountain rider.
Oh, look at that sun pop out, bluebird, this little blower snow. And it's great, you know. Let's finish the event with this sun coming out, and it's great. Like I said, it hasn't been out the whole day, because that would have really heated up the snow, warmed up the snow, created maybe a little bit of a sticky surface to it, maybe slowed it down, maybe made it heavier. So I think today was absolutely perfect for keeping the conditions consistent, as we've said several times.
Yeah, it's been really kind of come and go with the sun, but luckily everything's held up nice and strong for us for a full day of competition.
And look at these turns, right through a fresh pow pocket, sunny day, you get the drone following you down. How nice is that?
Oh, fun. And just, yeah, what a great shot that is to see that whole top half of the venue. Because we can really narrow in here with shots like this to see, specifically what the rider's doing, but to get to zoom out and see the amplitude of what Whitewater has to offer and what these athletes are doing with this terrain. It's so exciting to watch.
Here she comes down just above the broke neck section. Working her way into the trees here. Find a little bit more technical terrain outside of the wide open chute. In the wide open chute, there really isn't a lot for you to do there, other than maybe slash and pow turns. So in order to build up points, you need to find some sort of a feature, some sort of terrain that's going to be challenging enough for you to be able to get those points that you need.
Absolutely, and again, really like a choose-your-own-adventure situation here with this venue is you can scale super large like we've seen, but also being able to play the strategy and know, okay, what am I going to land? And I think we're seeing a lot of that really calculated decision-making out of our snowboard women in this field. There comes Liliana behind that tree, catching a little pop as she comes back into our view. Making a nice turn, getting on her toe side edge.
And she's actually got some good speed down through this little section here, too. This sunlight actually might be helping a little bit. Like we said, the visibility has been pretty good, but there's nothing better than direct sun. Perfect. As she's cruising down along this little tree line, this is where all the fresh stuff is. And this is a really, really, like we're looking from it directly across, but looking at it there shows you how huge it really, really is. We've seen a lot of these riders get to the bottom absolutely exhausted. We haven't really talked about that as much. We've talked about how big this venue is, but we didn't talk about how strenuous it is. You've got to be moving at all times, keeping your flow. And when you're fighting against terrain and steepness and the sheer size of this, that's exhausting. We've seen a lot of these riders coming down completely gassed.
It really is tough, and we've talked about the physical strength and the mental strength and the blend of the two. It's just, it takes a lot to be a free rider and get down terrain like this. So it's so impressive to watch what every single athlete has done and just the way they're managing it. And this is the first of 3 stops in the Challenger Series, so it's not just one and done. There's so much more that's going to go into crowning our winners. And we have 4 more athletes left for the day. Isadora Aguirre is going to be our next snowboard woman. She is coming to you from Chile, from Los Andes Mountain. And she was second place on the South American Slopestyle Cup in 2022.
Oh, interesting. I wonder if we're going to see some freestyle from Isadora today. So if you're looking on your screen here, the 83, that's her bib number. 83 is the bib number.
All right, our Chilean athlete getting ready to drop in.
Vamos.
She goes by Izzy. Excited to see what Izzy's going to do.
Izzy Aguirre. All right, so she's coming down the bamboo shoots, or mini bamboo. This is that top zone there. Working her way down the ridge. Hasn't started being judged yet.
What a steep entrance that is.
All right, here she goes. Creeping in all the cornice. This is called mini bamboo. Let's see. Oh, a little sit down. Quite steep. Looks like her edge just slipped out from underneath her there.
Again, I can't even imagine doing this on one edge. I personally am a skier, so anytime I'm on something steep, I have two edges to hold myself into the mountain, and to do that on one is just so impressive.
Linking turns through this top little section here.
Fresh turn still. Starting to cruise through this section. Make her way into the traverse.
All right, making her way down through this little section here. I guess right by the traverse line. Oh, look at that. Good day for photos today, that's for darn sure.
Oh yeah, kicking up that snow and the sunshine there.
Just creating some nice link turns here, nice and smooth. Looking comfortable.
And she came up from Chile not that long ago, and I remember hearing someone say that, she came straight from the beach. So I feel like, she's seeing that surfy style and getting that crossover of the wave and the surfing and the beach and seeing that in her riding here.
So she's just made it to the end of that big traverse and is about to drop into this second steep section, or basically the bottom steep section of this huge, huge venue. I'm going to call it the Weimer Peak venue. We asked them if there was a venue name for it. They didn't actually have an official name for it. But what an amazing freeride venue this is. It's really, really exceeded my expectations. I didn't know what to expect, but it would have exceeded it anyways.
And they're saying this is the first competition they've hosted on this venue from the top to the bottom. So really see the way these athletes have tied it all together and gotten to do something that no one else has done before.
You know what I bet?
What do you bet?
I bet it's not the last time they do.
And I bet it's not the last time. What an optimistic take to have. That's so exciting. Looks like she might be kind of navigating where she wants to go.
Yeah, just above that lone pine chute. Cruising her way through. Now, the two chutes that we've been talking about all day, the lone pine chute is an easier one to get through. The lone pine chute, you can either split off into a mandatory kind of cliff band section, or you can go right through the middle of the chute and you can ride right out of it. The other chute that we've been seeing today has that kind of spine wall that a lot of riders I think have got caught up on and actually ended up like their backs against it. And then we had the sunlight hit that and then they're like, oh, I can't go there. So they went up and over. So she's riding right through the main chute, this lone pine chute here. As you can see, it's quite steep.
Oh yeah, definitely trying to stay nice and controlled, getting back on that toe side edge. It's certainly not easy to navigate. And that's something that's super interesting is, athletes will pick their line, but if it's not going exactly according to plan or they get a little lost, it is really important for freeriders to study the whole venue. So they say, okay, I didn't exactly make it to where I wanted to go, but you know what? To the right over here, I know what this is because I looked at it. So it's really important that they always have that plan B going and always making sure that they're ready to go.
And at this stage of her run, like she's been going for a couple minutes now, like her legs must be absolutely on fire. The lactic acid must be filling her muscles, probably out of breath, just really working hard. this is a big, big face, and there takes a lot of energy to put down a run like this. So, kudos. Like so she's at the last section, this apron. But as you saw a couple riders ago from the drone angle, it's still a huge, huge section.
It really is. It's like, oh, cool, I can see the finish corral, but it's not that close to me. So it takes quite a few turns to get all the way down there.
She's got at least another 10, 15 turns to get down to the corral.
The epitome of so close but so far.
Yeah. She's like, I'm not turning. I'm just going to take some nice, big arcing turns here. Here we go. Isadora.
Isadora Aguirre.
Isadora, I think it's Aguirre. So we're gonna have to double check with
Aguirre.
that. So
You're
at
right,
the
you're right.
at one of the riders' meetings the other day, we told them. We said, hey, if we don't know your name, or you got a strange sounding name, or a name that people pronounce wrong all the time, come up and tell us, because we want to represent every one of these riders correctly. So I'm sure we made a couple mistakes today. If that's the case, and you're one of those riders, come and call us out and tell us the right way.
Because we have 2 more stops to get it right. So please let us know. We
Yeah.
definitely want to keep fine-tuning our pronunciation and make sure we're representing all of our riders correctly.
All right.
We have 3 more snowboard women to go. Our next athlete is going to be Emma Hall, coming to you from Schweitzer, Idaho. She wants to give a shout out to her friend Lydia Nelson, who unfortunately got injured right before. She was pre-qualified but couldn't make it. So huge shout out to Lydia, because Lydia was the one that got Emma involved in freeride, and it's been so fun to see the 2 of them at the events, like getting to travel together and support each other. So big shout out to Lydia. Hopefully we'll see her back here next year. Emma Hall getting ready to drop in. So again, the reason now is dual panel is done. It's taking these judges a couple minutes to get through their score, really make sure that they have their numbers correct, they're talking through it, they're making sure that they're putting these athletes in the right place. There's a lot of weight being carried with these scores right now. This is the next step to this elite level of competition, which is the Freeride World Tour. And the winner of the Challenger Series will move on to the Freeride World Tour. So it's really important to make sure everything's calculated, down from, the athletes picking their line to the judges figuring out their scores, and it's exciting to see where the sport's going and who's going to make it to the next step.
Absolutely. 3 more to go. We have Emma Hall.
Getting wind down here at the bottom.
Big gust of wind.
We lost a monitor, but
hopefully you can still hear
our
us.
Our live stream team is so dialed and so fast.
Yeah, our monitor just blew off the table, and within half a second the team is here fixing it up.
Yeah, and we still got image on, so we're good to go, but
way to go, team.
Always keeping us on our toes, uncontrolled environment, as we were saying.
I did one of these in Kirkwood a few years ago, and it was a beautiful sunny day, 0 wind. As soon as the sun hit that classic venue,
the Cirque,
the wind started to blow down the hill. And we're in one of those pop-up tents, and there was 2 or 3 side by side, and the wind picked them up and in the air. And myself and Taylor Dobbins were doing it together, and we were holding on to the legs of this tent while announcing the runs simultaneously. Well, we look around, and staff members, spectators, random skiers, everybody just dropped everything and started running to take all of these tents and make sure that they stayed in place.
We are certainly at the whim of Mother Nature out here.
Yeah. We may need to get some sandbags to
So yeah, we have our hands on the screen right now, making sure. But Emma Hall is dropping in. Here she goes. She's just the sweetest thing. It's always so fun to get to chat with her. Nice little style pop there, showing it off as she heads into her run.
Emma Hall, not related to Selby Hall, who is on the ski women's team. They told me that together. Oh, big air, little bit of a backseat, but not too terrible with another big pow slash. She's charging. She's very aggressive on this run.
That was such a huge chunk to bite off right there at the top, too. That was so fun to watch, and I'm sure she has more in store for us as she keeps going.
One of the bigger airs for snowboard women today, for sure.
Absolutely. You know, we've seen some come down with really not any airs at all, so for her to, take that style pop at the top and then bite off that huge chunk is just, it's showing us she is hungry.
All right, so here she comes in. Toe edge, switch to her heel. Yeah, really attacking this section.
Such an aggressive rider. And it's funny, I feel like it contrasts her a little bit because she's definitely a little more like soft-spoken and just smaller build, but then she rides and just attacks it, and it's just this really fun contrast to see her. She's just such an awesome rider. One of my favorite to watch.
Neat little duality of personalities,
exactly,
right?
Yep.
A lot of the times the most mild-mannered people are absolute animals when it comes to competition.
It's just like this switch goes off and she's just a totally different person on her snowboard. It's so engaging and so fun to watch.
Like, look at this. Big flow, linking quick little fun turns, smashing through the pow.
She's got this very nonchalant stance
like
to her upper body, too. Kind of just like...
Great explanation. Yeah, this, like, aggressive nonchalance. Yes, I think that fits.
A bit of an oxymoron there, and I like it. It's very unique.
That little bit of a, flare slash there. You can tell she has really, really good control of her board. Like, she's very, very comfortable moving her board around.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's very intentional. She's putting it right where it wants to go, and it's just reactive and quick and nimble, and I'm a big fan of Emma Hall.
So, as she's cruising down through here, I'm looking under this tent trying to see if I can see her with my own eyes.
And it looks like we lost a bit of our sunlight here, so I wonder if the light is getting flat as they are riding down.
Perfect. She's heading right out down to the bottom of the corral. So she got down
that was
really
fast,
quickly.
Yeah.
That's why I was looking up slope, looking for her, but turns out because she was riding so quick, she was actually below where I was trying to search. So really, really fast run and smooth run from Emma.
Really smooth, yeah. Just that little bit of a control issue at the top, but the rest of it was really clean and styly, and that was really fun to watch. All right. Emma Hall just completed her run. Oh, shot of the moon there. Hello, moon. With the clouds. I was a fan of that. I don't know whose camera that was.
Nice work,
that
camera
was
team. Alrighty. All right. We have the penultimate rider of the day.
Penultimate. Mark was giving me signals, and I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to pronounce. I want to practice that.
I'm not ready for it yet.
I'm going to practice some of these athletes' names and penultimate. And
Word
I'm
of
going to
the
go
day.
and casually toss that word around.
All right. So we got Megan Gard. Meg is our penultimate rider, and following her is Katie Anderson, a series wildcard who is the former Freeride World Tour champion. So we're going to end it with a bang. So Megan, who's up next, is riding from Pacific Palisades and Mammoth Mountain. We got 2 left to go. It has been a pretty great day of freeride.
Absolutely. And we've seen some really incredible skiing and riding. We've seen some big airs, some big stomps. So excited to see, everything that's going to happen.
Yeah, and you can see the wind blowing there.
And Megan Gard, our next athlete, she got into freeride from her best friend Matt Friedman a few years ago, and she says, I owe him big time. So shout out to Matt. It's so exciting to have Megan here.
Hopefully that is so she said you owe him big time. How about a shout out on the broadcast? Is that
Yeah, does that cover it?
Yeah. Is
shout out to Matt Friedman.
Is she bubbled up?
Yeah, we got that for you, Meg. Don't worry. And her home mountain is she comes out of Palisades and Mammoth Mountain. So California rider.
California girls.
She's also one of these athletes that's so sweet, always has a huge smile on her face, always nice to chat with her, and just really strong on the snowboard.
Absolutely. So she's going to be coming out from start number 1 up on the slope. Dropping. Here she goes. Megan Gar, our second to last rider of the day. Look at that view back there.
Yeah, wow, the layers of the clouds, so exciting.
Right here in the heart of the Kootenays. Whitewater, look at that drone angle. Nice work, team. Whitewater, British Columbia, just at the town of Nelson, here in Canada. Stop number 1 of the 2026 IFSA FWT Challenger Series. There's the wave. Her judging. She's being judged now.
It's so fun to see that, like, signal that these athletes have to the judges and the team, and just, like, this unspoken, I'm going in. And obviously it was all decided beforehand, but it just really brings this level of excitement of, like, this is me, here I go.
All right, linking some nice turns through this little chute at the top here, underneath, I believe it's called bamboo or mini bamboo, on this massive venue.
Megan making some nice turns as she is already done with the top section and cruising into the traverse.
Yeah, making good work of this top section.
Another really groovy rider. It's so fun to watch her ride. Feeling really secure and balanced on the snowboard. It's so impressive.
Yeah, you can tell when the riders feel comfortable on their board. At speed, in technical terrain, you can really tell the difference. That's when it kind of really shows.
And as you mentioned before, kind of too, when they feel comfortable, you can see that a little bit more relaxed language in their body. That it's not necessarily they're not holding on and they're not strong, but they're not stiff. It's fluid, it's comfortable, and that really shows up in their skiing and riding.
Yeah, it doesn't. So like that, it doesn't take away from the intensity of their run.
Exactly. Well put, Mark. Megan coming into the tree section here, tiny bit of a sit down, but she's back on her feet.
But like, look at the snow in there. Right?
Exactly.
It's really not conducive to what's happening, right? So in there, it would be like, okay, with that steepness, you might want to go fall line. But since it's been ridden by 70+ riders before, it's chopped up, so you can't really open it up because you're creating like moguls through those trees, right? So you need to be able to make sure you can shut down your speed so you're not going to run into a small pine.
Exactly. And, the judges are aware of the conditions and how they change throughout the day. They get on venue at the start of the competition in the day to see what it feels like. So before they're set up and before the competition goes, they are aware of the sections that are more challenging based on conditions.
All right. So here Megan is about to drop into this lower section right above that tricky chute we were talking about. Let's see how she manages this. With that kind of spine wall. Here she comes in, cruising in on her heel edge. Having a little trouble in the middle, but this is where a lot of people have some issues because it's like you said, when in doubt, point it out. What did you say?
Pin it to win it.
Pin it to win it.
Our mottos of this shoot today.
So she's kind of metronoming her way through here and then out to the bottom and then picking up a little bit of speed now that she's opened up into this big apron. And you'll see as the drone comes back how big this apron really is. It's like a good 15, 20 turns. So by this point, these athletes' legs are burning.
There's like a whole ski run in this last apron. I think you could lap that a couple times as its own run and it would be exhausting. So.
There are resorts back east that aren't as big as this final apron.
I was thinking the same thing. As an East Coast skier myself, I grew up skiing in Connecticut, and I think that's about the size of the hill I used to race on in high school. So it's a big apron is the moral of that story.
All right. There she is.
Yep, coming into the bottom. A successful run for Megan Gard.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to finish this off with a bang?
I'm ready, Mark. I don't know about you.
I will assume everybody listening to me answered. We have one rider left. Miss Katie Anderson from Jaffray, BC, Fernie Alpine Resort. She's a series wildcard and the 2023 Freeride World Tour champion. She had to bow out of the tour due to injury.
So she's found her way back here on the Challengers to prove that she belongs there. She proved it on the tour, but now she's like, it's time for me to come back. And I'm excited to have Katie Anderson back in freeride.
And you know, Katie said she tried a freeride comp in Lake Louise in 2018 when she missed the cut for the Olympics. So I was like, oh, missed the Olympics, guess I'll try this, and then ended up on the tour. What an exciting play of events.
All right, so one more to go. What a fun afternoon it's been with you, Rachel. This is our first one together. We got a couple more. We got a couple more coming up in the near future here. So, like I said, this is the 2026 IFSA FWT Challenger Series by Orage, the first of 3 competitions over the next 3 weeks. All right.
All right, we just got word that our final athlete is getting ready to drop in, Katie Anderson, series wildcard, so that means she'll be with us for all 3 events.
Here we go. Thank you, everybody that's been watching us on freeskier.com and on YouTube today. It's been a fun day. It's been a great day. And here we go. Last rider of the day, Katie Anderson. She's ready to go. Dropping in.
Oh, and the sun just popped back out down here for her, too. It's exciting to see. It looks like it's still a little cloudy at the top, but...
Right onto her tail edge. Switching from toe edge to tail edge, linking these turns really nicely. Katie's a really, really strong rider. I believe she has a snowboard cross background, so she's really good, comfortable at speed with a lot going on around you. Because on the snowboard cross, as you know, you're battling with multiple riders basically right on top of you. You see the snow cascading off that little waterfall feature we were talking about?
Yeah, and it looks like she took
the heartbreak waterfall, we should say.
The heartbreak waterfall. She took a tiny little chunk of the waterfall nug and then a bit of a style pop there too. And it looks like she had maybe a minor control issue coming out of it, but she's back on her feet for the traverse.
With some really, really good speed. That's another thing Katie is good at, is speed, and has comfort with a lot of speed.
Absolutely, and I'm excited to see what she's going to do at the bottom section too, because I know she has some tricks up her sleeve, and we will see what she does with them.
Absolutely. Wants to thank her mom and dad and everybody who supported her over the years. And like I said, she rides for Fernie, but she wants to be very clear. She's from Jaffrey, BC. Small town just south of us here. Or is it east? Southeast, I believe. It's right nearby. I need to go and have a quick peek at my map. I always get a little confused. As she works her way into this tree section, working her way through the forest on this lower half of the venue.
Coming in, making some turns as she navigates through this section.
And you can see as she makes the turns how quick the board gets away from them and how far they fall and how steep that section is.
Yeah, really showcases the intensity of this terrain here. Sun's coming out at the bottom. Just enough time for Katie to make it to where she wants to go.
And I think she's cruising through over to this Lone Pine Zone. Oh, she's actually cruising through the little tight little troubleshoot.
Yeah, or troubleshoot. I like it.
You can actually see her actually rolling through a little bit quicker. There's that wall we were talking about, and now she's going to be able to point it right through. A little bit of speed. Oh, staying high, getting some fresh pow. And let's see if she hits one of these features down below. Or just arcs some big turns.
Still catching some fresh sections in the bottom here.
I kind of want to go ski that myself. I don't know if I'm ready to do the full 1,300-foot vertical hike to the top at the moment. But yeah, right over here, we're cruising through the POW. Be careful not to hit one of those debris chunks underneath. I think the groomers, slashing a POW turn, getting white roomed. What a way to end it. Katie Anderson making her way to the bottom.
Oh, awesome. And so cool to see all the tracks that we can see from this shot throughout the day. It's like, each track had such a unique story behind it. Some successes, some crashes, and I feel like you can just really showcase all of that there.
Absolutely. So Katie Anderson closing out the very first Challenger event here at Whitewater. The very first time we've done an event here. Let's call it the Weimer Peak venue. Is that what we're calling it?
The venue, I think that sounds fair to give it that name, considering it was the first one top to bottom here at Whitewater.
Weimer Peak venue. So thank you everybody for watching us on freeskier.com. I want to give some shout out to some of our main sponsors, Hallie Hansen, Head Tyrolia.
We want to shout out 3M Thinsulation and 3M Scotchguard, as well as Hawk and Giro.
And, of course, Orage and lots of other smaller partners, BCA, GoPro, Flylo, Nordica Marker, Dalbella Vocal. We've got Strafe K2, Blizzard Technica, Daymaker. We got David, which is Power Bars. The media
partners. Drinks we've been drinking too. It's been good.
Media partners, freeskier.com, POW Hub, as well as the Free Ride Guide, which we'll probably be talking about this event shortly. And we want to give some acknowledgments definitely to the staff here at Whitewater for putting on such a fantastic event and being so welcoming to us here at the IFSA. I want to thank Mike Rubenstein, the GM of Whitewater, Kyle Casador, Florence, the brand director, Dave Michael, ops manager, and Tyler Abbott, the patrol director. And, of course, we got to shout out some of the great people here at the IFSA. Focho Ochugavia, the IFSA brand manager, and Swiss I'm going to say the Chilean Army knife. Because he's from Chile, he's like a Swiss Army knife, but the Chilean Army knife. Ariane Goulet, our director of sport. Brian Cole, director of operations. Rachel Shannon, our education system manager and host of the live stream. Finn Lund, our production manager, who's just right over there in the tent, who's been in our ears all day. Evan Gray, community manager. He's the guy behind the IFSA Instagram account, as well as the rope drop, the email list. So if you haven't, go follow the IFSA on Instagram and sign up for the mailing list. Meg Hurahan, IFSA president. Deanna Gurul, financial manager, and myself. My name is Mark Warner. I have been your host today with Rachel Shannon. On behalf of everybody here at Whitewater and the IFSA, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll be with you for stop number 2 of this IFSA FWT 2026 Challenger Series this week from Kicking Horse. So for now, thanks for tuning in, and we'll talk to you very, very soon.
See you there.